Except that I'm absolutely not gained in, of course, because I'm late. As I got sidetracked doing some silly stuff. But just checking as well that there is no latency on the mic, which you can just see off the meters by being so staccato. And yeah, for today, I'm planning on doing a thing for a video that I want to finish tomorrow. And I thought I'd do it on stream, parts of it. But I'll start on that a little bit later. I haven't played at all today, I think. Yeah, no. As I've gotten a ton of work stuff done. And just going to warm up first. And I also really want to get this one to 120 today. So I can basically put it behind me. Because then tomorrow, when the last challenges open up for global events, I'll do those likely for tomorrow's stream. That'll take a little bit of time, and I might actually also do them on my alt account and then go through basically from empty to full on them and see how that goes. But for now, I just want to hop into a few, just to warm up a little bit as well, into a few rounds just as an eclipse, and then just going after confusing, was it confusing, just confuses, and then disruptions on hyenas specifically. And this one I might go do just in the open world, solo. Or if there's any good loot on, well, SMG is kind of good, on one of the missions for hyenas, I'll matchmake for it. And because if the target is decent on it, then people usually do play it. So I'm just making sure that the bitrate isn't on fire, which sometimes happens. And okay, that's that read weirder than it did, which was just a notification from Twitch, but it looked almost like a warning thing or something, but it was just read the guidelines. But wasn't specific to me or anything. So yeah, first I'm just gonna match make. I'm gonna turn this one into an. Because yeah, the confuses are just global, so yeah, it's just enemy confusions. And to do those, I'll just grab a minigun, swapping to the gunner specialization on an eclipse, and then grabbing a secondary skill of Banshee. So I'll be fire camming and Bansheeing. Gives up a lot of damage, but it makes up for it by confusing a lot of stuff, and that can be quite handy. Especially starting out is, yeah, as I said as well with my masterclass, it is actually a pretty decent setup for starting out. Invite to another agent. Because you can also learn basically where spawns are happening and such, and the Banshee pulse can go through walls, so you can quite easily put yourself somewhere safe and still get enemies, still assist your allies at the very least. And, hope they carry you basically. The global event is off, which I want, so I want it to be off. Let me clarify there, because I just want to not have to. With the global event, I would really want to have a hive, and I'm gonna put my chem there already, trying to catch the next wave. But yeah, it should be just that getting confuses done should basically just be this mission. I'm gonna track it as well, just so I can easily see. One thing as well, just that if you play a ton of Eclipse, you would just get it done if you're running it with a Scorpio, because yeah, you would get that third shot of Scorpio each and every time. I will actually go up and get the key chest, even if they don't, because it's a handy thing to have. So, heroic loot, you might as well. Can you jump down here? You can actually. Right? Basically, that one's a little bit hidden, especially with Fog of War. So without Fog of War, the icon for it would be on the map when you enter that building. So you can, that's the giveaway for for when, basically how we knew it was there. I'm gonna try and catch something, but I didn't. That was a bad shot on my part. That one's also bad because it's just short. I'm gonna save my Banshee for the next wave, which is spawning now. And I want to add in that as well. And then I want to get ready to toss a grenade over there. And I timed it pretty well and got a foam out of it as well. That's one of the things that the gunner variant also can do is just if you time it well, you of course have those. But I really need somebody to kill this dog for me, guys. Because I'm not going to kill that thing, but I'll kill the rest by spreading some fire around. What I can do actually against that dog is, of course, just hit him with 6 shots of the Scorpio, get shock on him, and that'll at least put him down for to the ground at least for a little bit. Hoping my allies just kill that one. They do. And yeah, I got 1 armor break. I'm gonna check actually if I can clear it. It can. So I am not currently bugged, which is super annoying sometimes. Yeah, we don't have super low levels because yeah, those stats could be worth it. The gear itself wasn't, but the stats could be worth it for the recalibration library. On here, I usually go over here so I have a clearer shot at the ground because yeah, they'll be behind some tables and stuff. Okay. I'll add that in as well. Just make it even easier. Yeah, I would very much actually, I prefer even this variant to going foam on heroic. On legendary, of course, that balance shifts, and yes, very much foam on legendary. But foam on heroic can usually get more in the way than it helps. Yeah, with invaded, the store is closed. I'm just waiting for my allies just to open the door basically for me as well and just point. There's only a few enemies here, so it's not worth it for me to go out of my way to Banshee as well. But with the next wave, very much it is. Just gonna grab it for the resources because yeah, I am burning up resources quite fast once more. Just going after a few changes on a few builds. And that's also actually, so if we if there's some time towards the end, there's actually one change that I really want to get done as well. So here I'm actually going to use my grenade because those enemies, although I couldn't find, usually with a flame grenade you can, it's wider and you can quite easily see where, like when it's landing on enemies. Gonna Banshee Pulse here and get it, try and get it to spread. And hopefully it's still around when the next wave spawns. It did, so yeah, it's catching several waves with just one Banshee. And when he dies, he's gonna spread it again, and that's the beauty of Eclipse. Usually, because yeah, usually the next wave spawns when only one enemy is alive. And that's also the reason why in newer game modes and stuff they don't do that. You have to kill the entire wave, so it's, yeah, like it's less of that. Here, dog still. Okay, yeah, that's still that dog. He was still working on his own death speech. We have the ammo directive here, but that's mostly for my allies. It doesn't really apply to me. But actually, I'm helping a little bit by being gunner and giving that group ammo. Just gonna show that I'm wanting to wait. And not going with just 2 people. But he seems less, well, he's not instantly engaging, so that was nice till he did instantly engage. Gonna see if I can get a fire going on them. Gonna save my Banshee. I'm gonna go to the right here. There's a shock ammo there because yeah, I love shock ammo, so I will take that. And I'm gonna start the Banshee up because I very much expect them to get through those enemies, and they didn't. Oh. They are quite struggling and not seeing that they're flanked. There's a... Oh, well, actually. It at least took so long that my skill came off cooldown, so that worked out. And, another shock as well to them, and there I'm just refiring them as well, so... Just to make sure that they die before they come out of that fire. Because yeah, purples will likely not fire at all while they're on fire. They will not fire their weapon while they're on fire. Where elites and such very much can. They very much can still fire while on fire. Just gonna move slow, see if my ally waits or not. Gonna start Banshee. There. I'm trying to hit that canister there, just to get them on a fire. Even though if it's not my my chem, so it's not a very strong fire. Yeah, there's too many tanks there, and I just need somebody else to basically kill these. I can shock them actually. I can actually shock them with this. Get a little bit of time off of it. Because here we'll have the two heavies and don't have what I would normally usually have here, which is the crossbow, because I would normally usually be survivalist, of course. And I would pelt these two. But what I can do is actually that to them, just to make it a little bit easier on my ally. Although I didn't reach the second one, so I'll do it with the Scorpio instead.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'll fix up my armor again. I'll have another Banshee in 3, 2, 1, and charge up and go out. So there's a chest down there, but my allies are all ahead of me and I don't want to keep them waiting. Because jumping down there, getting up is going to take an extra 15-20 seconds, and then it is just one weapon, great. But yeah, it's downstairs down there. One that's very... from experience, I know very few people know. Because I basically never see anyone going for it. And they're gonna kill the chopper instantly, which is the wrong thing to do here. You can just leave the chopper alive, it's not going anywhere. And get into position up there. Because when you kill the chopper, the boss spawns. But if you don't kill the chopper, you can go all the... Oh, they shot and killed the flame rounds for some reason. But yeah, if you don't kill the chopper, you basically get to come up all here, then turn around, shoot the chopper, spawn the boss, make this a lot easier. Because yeah, you can basically spawn camp the boss when she comes out. I'm gonna get a disorient on him and then follow it up with a fire. Gonna add the Banshee to it as well, because why not? Getting... Oh, actually, they didn't blow this up. They blow up something, a canister apparently over there or something that I forgot existed. They'll be spawning up there. Just gonna get that on him. I was gonna say I'm gonna get that on him just so they get bonus damage against him, but I'm of course not survivalist, so that is not true. What I stated there was found out to be a lie. I'm gonna shock him because that gives my allies a little bit of time. And last wave usually spawns from that truck, that's why I'm looking over to it. But they spawned up there somewhere, and I'm looking for basically... Oh no. That guy is doesn't have a name tag. I hit him with a headshot, which you know, it's always a nice thing.
It's another black eye for Black Tusk. It's a good thing they're cleared out of that.
That's, yeah, I was expecting the last wave to come out, or I missed them coming out of there and they had already spawned on it. I'll relook the footage usually, and it'll tell me. So yeah, that was a decent, easy run. We were short 2. So instead of actually, so I'm gonna actually, are they going to a different mission? Nope. I'm gonna give them a GG. see you around. And gonna drop this group.
You have entering safe area.
Just gonna check what the loot I got from the... Because yeah, you from heroic invaded missions, you always get one named item, of course. Checking what it was. Because I wasn't paying attention when I got it. So what I'll do... So I'll usually... Actually, there isn't one. Usually fast traveling to air and space, there's almost always something down here. Well, so I'm set to normal for some... Oh yeah, I was... okay, yeah, I was running around getting footage a little bit earlier. But I'll just go kill these guys on normal as well. So basically, I need 2 more enemies to be hit by the Banshee. So I'm just going to do that, and then I can swap build and then matchmake for one of the
Location nearby.
missions that contains our friends from the hyenas. That's just... I'm not even going to actually do it. Just going to do that. And they'll be confused while they're confused, and then they'll be dead, and then... I'm just gonna hop on over to the White House. Just so I can reload the build without being shot at. So I'm gonna go back to Survivalist. Grab a Disrupt. Just a Jammer Pulse. As you can also EMP Sticky, but... I find that a lot less consistent. I mean, you can basically with the Jammer Pulse, you're guaranteed to just hit it. And my point is mostly just to spread it around, because also the EMP usually has longer duration as well. So it is better for some uses. I'm trying to remember what I was going to do. I might actually, I'm considering now actually I could just jump into Countdown as well and do it in there, because the league challenges, those can be done in Countdown. Because yeah, I would just basically run a red for the hunters at the start, and then use the fire clips as is on the rest, and then but actually first off I'm just gonna matchmake for a district union arena, which on heroic, and see if I can find someone to run with. And just without the global event as well. It doesn't seem to be. While I'm waiting, should maybe... Actually, it's True Sons. They captured weird places. I'm gonna give up on that. But I would need it to be a run with hyenas, of course, because yeah, I need hyenas. So what I'll do instead actually is, but that would be farming. So one of the things I could do is just run around, hit these, just mindlessly hit normal or hard control points, and just running Jammer Pulse, hit everybody, next wave spawns, hit the Jammer Pulse again, get them all disoriented that way, or disrupted that way. But that's, I wouldn't consider that a fun thing to watch for others. So I'm going to basically leave that and do that basically. I have tomorrow afternoon a few hours free, so I'll be doing that after working on the video a little bit. Just gonna check what the dailies are as well, because sometimes it is worth doing these. Because yeah, it is a decent chunk of XP that... especially for the season pass. You see now, actually, it is District Union Arena. I am gonna I'm gonna turn on the global event and retry matchmaking for it, because likely some people are matchmaking for it. Although at that point, then I wouldn't really be going for the disrupts. Still, but Also, actually, yeah, I want to bump up my world difficulty as well once this is done to heroic, which is going to take another 10 seconds. I'll also briefly check if I... yeah, I did put the Elmo back in the stash from the other character. And just gonna see if anybody is running it. It's gonna stretch a little bit and readjust as well. No, it doesn't appear to. So I'll give up on that idea for now, and maybe later on, some people will hop on and we might actually grab that. But yeah, the Circunian Arena is a mission I enjoy, and especially it being the daily pass. This one, because yeah, that's like 3/4 of a level. Like it's 60% of a level. So that's usually worth doing. You get the mission XP as well, so if it's a mission you like. But yeah, you need to own the season pass, of course, for that one. I actually haven't even looked at Targeted for today, and if Uzina is somewhere that isn't a hellhole, I don't see it anywhere, which makes sense usually. Oh, actually, it is on a zone. It was yesterday as well. But I will actually likely leave that. Farming that zone again, not something I'm... Especially, I want to do some stuff with the global event. So I'm just going to jump into a mission on Heroic with the global event on. And just a little bit more warm-up. Because yeah, after a little bit, I'm going to try and get some footage that I want for an upcoming video.
Proceed to the docks and do a sweep.
And for that, I'll be doing a few runs of few missions
It looks like Black
as red belts, solo.
here. We can't let them succeed. Secure the compound and destroy any assets they brought in.
Is the global event on? Yeah, it is. It's hard to differentiate between enemies being pulsed and enemies being guarded like that.
Removed hostile protection.
Because yeah, especially as for this event, the thing that the Eclipse can do kind of is help along by using its if it's using a Stinger Hive, then help along by removing that effect off of enemies.
Hostile patrols are moving on the docks.
Especially on this mission later on, there's a few waves that spawn pretty far away from you, so that's, yeah, makes it a little bit harder to get that done well. This wave auto aggros. The second we open the door, so I'm actually not going to use that time to inspect, because yeah, they'll be... We need to go. Yeah, that should remove a lot of this group's effects.
Heavy ammunition.
Oh, I got the one in the back on fire instead of the one in the front. Trying to pick up my hive just so I can move it up pretty quickly. I'm gonna see if I can just intercept some of those guys. Hopefully I didn't, but I'll retry with by Scorpion one and then pushing in. And Mr. on the minigun, please stop. And I'm going to push up to get my hive underneath there, because yeah, the wave is spawning upstairs and stuff. If they jump down, they'll jump into that hive. You can also even, at this point, move it a little bit further, just so it's in range of upstairs. Oh yeah, there's a heavy. He's already actually, the effect is taken, the global event has been taken off of him, but I'll crossbow him as well, break the chest, make him an easy kill for my allies. There's a resource over there. I'll go poke that.
got enemy reinforcements inbound on your
Gonna go over there.
hostiles located by the loading docks up ahead.
So what I usually do here is help with the first wave a little bit.
Sounds
Grab
like
these shock rounds as well.
equipment. Destroy it.
And wanna rush upstairs. Oh, that heavy is gonna impede that idea. Gonna heal up actually. Well,
More hostiles moving in on your position.
you're gonna cover.
Agent incapacitated.
And healed up then. Nice of that guy to toss the hive, but yeah, I've been gotten. Better off saving his hive. Because yeah, I can help with that wave by just catching him there. And I want to go up here and hopefully not be caught by anything. Because yeah, the next wave is going to be a chopper that spawns, sets them down there.
Signs critical.
Could be safe here. To heal. But yeah, that other wave was on fire. That should be enough there. And then usually I jump into this tower to be safe. And getting shots down there. But yeah, here this wave comes down. Containing a heavy first actually, so I'm gonna cross one if I can. That was a risky shot and did not pay off. But yeah, that breaks something on him. Hopefully the chest. That's what I was aiming for, but yeah, aiming is hard sometimes. Gonna set him on fire as well, and if my allies are smart, they'll come up here and just deal with the guy. He's about to receive his thing back, so I'll crossbow him again. When the crossbow explodes, it's an explosion, but it's also getting hit by a special weapon, which also can remove it. I use more shock rounds than I usually do for this room, but that also makes sense because we're with the global event.
Entire site is neutralized and secured. Head to the construction by the south side of the building and look for a way inside the Potomac Center proper.
Just gonna check we're all bunched up.
Heads up, I'm seeing hostiles inbound.
Because here as well, the aggro point is when it's basically, it's just before that there. And I'm gonna run in and put my hive over there, trying to get the global event off of as many things as I can. And usually I hit that gas canister there with the direct impact. That will instantly ignite that cam, which is the nice thing about it. So now we're going to chopper on this side, and then I'm leaving my hive over there because one of the things that happens as well in a second is that, and this always has a heavy as well, so I have my crossbow out. And when it's in a line like that, it is actually kind of doable. But yeah, here two medics spawn, so just spawn in existence all of a sudden. I'll go grab these bleed rounds. Why not? So that's why I leave my hive on that end. I'll take care of them. Because there's usually two red medics. They don't take much to die. But they can get some more dangerous stuff up.
UID signature detected.
Gonna run in.
Leave their equipment intact.
Want my hive really in the middle of them. And get a fire going as well. Trying to go around the cover, but apparently that wasn't the point that allows that. Gonna also hit that and hopefully get a blind off of it. I didn't. Because yeah, that thing exploding, if it's basically close to them, will blind them. That firework box. And I got the sniper there, so that should spread in a second and get the rest.
Hostile protection now removed. Detected heavy munitions.
So that's the thing we have to kill. Same for there. I'm wasting my bleed rounds a little bit. And then there's a chest back here, which is easy to miss, but is loot, so.
You've got your objective. Don't let
I want to wait for my allies a little bit if I can. Oh, and this guy as well, so that's nice. But yeah, it's way too easy to get ahead of your allies and just get completely outmatched by the amount of enemies that are there for a 4-man heroic and trying to basically solo them. There isn't a heavy in this wave, so that's nice. Gonna try and get a... yeah, that's going... there's a red on this side that kind of still survived. Gonna see about... so what I usually do is I already catch them up there, but I was a little bit late, and yeah, I didn't catch them, but I'll catch them on the way. In the worst case. Gonna push in and just get my hive out there. It's gonna get the effect off of as many stuff as it can. But not all of the stuff, because some of the stuff is gonna be out of range. And I expect my allies to finish that fight, and they did. But there's a key chest upstairs here, so I'm gonna go get that. It's also marked on the minimap, so without fog of war, nobody has excuse.
Create an uplink. We need to know what's on that server.
That's not a keeper. Because yeah, that has chances of 100 resources, and I'm not going to say no to 100 resources. Up here, I'm going to go on the upper right side. And one of the things you can do as well as a fire eclipse is... the second that the door opens, it would be nicer if somebody else opens the door for you. But what you can do is still pull out and miss. Miss your shot. But if I didn't catch it at the edge there, I can kill that because it can catch on fire. That means that I can pretty easily kill that thing. But yeah, just getting a fire to spread. And then I usually go sit up here. But what I'll also do actually before I sit up there is put my hive back here, and I put it on the edge there. That means that it's hitting basically most of the stuff that is coming from up there. Hoping one of my allies hits it, and also that they press and hold, because a lot of players don't. They seem to be.
Accessing server.
Usually that door is where they first spawn in. So in a second, I'll put a cam down. I'm more aware of it because also, yeah, some of my allies might shoot it. If you put one down, they sometimes just shoot it out of out of habit or something. And yeah, that's gonna remove all of the effects over there. Although actually, it used up all of its charges pretty quickly there. That one is not well aimed. That one is better aimed. I'm gonna set him on fire as well. They set them to.
Serious trauma detected.
So there's something up there shooting me. And also actually he's suppressed. His heal's not going anywhere, so he's a great target for what I did to him. That gal really ran past me. I'm afraid she'll come back up. I'll actually just take care of her.
Hostile protection restored.
Trying to... oh. Again, I'm trying to get out. I caught the edge there. And yeah, if I catch myself in one of those, I will absolutely die. And seeing as my allies have set themselves up in as far away as possible as they can. Like, that place seems like a decent place to go, but not with AR. Like, where that player has set himself up is much better. Because optimal range. Optimal range is something that will eat up half of your damage quite easily. Here we'll have two heavies, and I'll just use my crossbow. They have the sniper, so... as soon as they get into my range... although that's left arm. That's chest. Because yeah, the other one I didn't get the chest either. There, hopefully I did.
The area looks secure. No more contacts. Well done.
And I got a closer, which maybe it's the one. If I don't look, it could be the one. So I'm not gonna look. I'll never look. It's Schrodinger's closer. And that's one of the today's ones, which was somebody low level. No, not really. And that weapon isn't really worth it. There will be too many optimizations to be actually usable. Yeah, I'm curious because I felt like, yeah, sound like this, like everybody was doing their part a little bit, but no standouts. Actually, I didn't expect my allies as well. That is an interesting way to do Heartbreaker. Ninja bikes are not the greatest choice. Neither is Liquid Engineer there, but they got us through. I'm curious to see if he's still here. So that blue, nah, okay, he's left.
Another agent is now group lead.
I was curious to see what that one blue was that he had as an attribute. Because yeah, usually none of the blue attributes are really useful. I'm gonna clear my throat.
Safe area detected.
Oh, that's very raspy there. But that'll clear itself up in a second. And yeah, a super blue closer where I needed to end up as a super red closer. Yeah, I spent the whole day in meetings as well, so my voice is well, not the voice isn't starting to go, but it's a little bit of phlegm. I'm gonna matchmake again and likely get the last invaded mission as well out of the way, which I'll hop into here.
Invite to
Actually, yeah, as always, we can just go here and see that we're headed to Federal Triangle, actually. So Jefferson Trade Center, or actually, if it is Jefferson Trade Center and there's another explosive build, or Viewpoint is the other one in Jefferson, or in Federal Plaza. Because I might still try to... Okay, it's this one.
detected.
I might have tried to sneak in a few... one other player has skills that might be an Eclipse.
And spread misinformation. All communications coming in and out.
Also, this was part of the daily as well, so I might actually go do the CP afterwards here as well, and then go do the thing that I'm planning for today's session. I'm just checking if the fire there is going to spread. If it does, yeah, it does. Then yeah, it has to be an Eclipse. And if they want an Eclipse, I'll let them. Actually, I'll go red go.
Protection. Agent down.
Where did he go down? Oh.
I saw some hostiles enter the parking garage east of the main entrance. You might be able to get in that way.
I'm gonna inspect him quickly. He is an Eclipse, decently set up. There was a red there for some reason though. What does she have that is explosive? Usually on every character I do have an explosive build. Usually. Or it's not on her actually. But just that. A high-end red, obliterate. All the damage he can do. But the downside is though, he does not have a skill that will remove the... So I was using my hive for that, to remove the effect off of enemies. This just always seems to me like it's very visible, and I'm always surprised that people just run past it. Because at the very least, the group leader would have had likely access to it because it wasn't open in this session. Because yeah, we are on heroic, we're not on league or anything, just looting is worth it. But yeah, so I should swap my second skill because yeah, what we're basically now going is just instead of dealing with the global event in the way that that is somewhat intended with using explosive builds, we're basically going, okay, we'll just deal with it as if it's an extra Ragers, which you very much can, but it's just slow. There's no need to do that. So I'm just gonna briefly, because actually she doesn't, because yeah, that is a build that she used to have the hardware that got removed, that got moved to a different player. Oh, she actually has okay, yeah, that'll work. So tip of the spear with a grenade launcher. I'll hang on to that duration. It might be an upgrade for one of the characters, as I'm trying to be better about skill mods. So she'll get grenade launchers quite often, so I can use those because yeah, I'm. Okay, well, he's 300, but I don't know why the other ones don't go for loot. We have only one directive as well, Fog of War, so it's not too hard. I don't have one yet. But also, so you can snowball with special ammo here. I really want him to not be as close because I want to... Well, somebody else did. I want to hit her weak point to get the effect off of her. So if you get a kill with the grenade launcher or any special weapon, it should, if they're guarded still, it should drop another one. So there, his guard was removed right before I hit him, likely. Or he didn't die from the grenade, but just from the status effect right after.
Electromagnetic charge detected.
But at least this gives me a tool. My grenade launcher is basically just filling up slowly. And that'll at least be a tool to deal with some of the enemies. Instead of not having a tool at all. And damage-wise, as long as I'm also just keeping up that...
Heavy munitions.
I basically have a minute of the gear set's bonus damage after I hit something with a special weapon. And I'm basically, so that is that green one in the middle of the status of the three statuses that, or the three buffs on the buff bar. And yeah, so whenever I see that one getting pretty far down, I just grab my grenade launcher and get a shot out. I'll do here again.
Detected heavy ammunition.
You say that, Isaac, but I don't see any heavy ammunition dropping, which should. That is the worst choice that could have been made there. The heavies are very resistant to explosive damage, especially the giveaway is that they're in an anti-explosive suit. And it's also basically just spreading 2 million over just all of their parts, basically. And that is useful when there's a group of enemies, but when it's just one enemy, it's just point shooting. Your main weapon would have done several times the damage of that, or their main weapon, whatever. They spawn somewhere where they usually don't, which is down there.
Detected heavy.
Because yeah, that's the thing to do with grenade launchers, which is just to catch an entire wave out. I'm waiting for this wave to spawn. Because I'll do that to them, and I'll start working on these heavies especially. So other waves are spawning now, and I'm hoping that the Eclipse is focusing them down. This guy should really not walk down the corridor towards them. Like that's not going to work out well for you. And not stand in front of them with a shield. Like just roll across the back. Like just turn them around, especially for your allies. It's gonna pulse here. Not that they're not being seen at the moment. Also, I should get rid of the pulse. It's not needed here. Just gonna hope that that is Eclipse fire. And I don't... My buff's about to run out, so I was gonna go for that, but he died before even, so... That works. Loot down there. Doesn't have a chevron. I'm not gonna run all the way there. So yeah, I am gonna grab something, whatever's. Something that explodes, preferably. And multi-seeker seems like the thing that could do that. And they're likely getting the... the weekly requires you to emote near three allies. So one of the things I always do here is, because this wall damage is shared, I just... Smiley. Although that was a bad smiley, but... oh, they went... I wish I'd noticed that. they went. Ooh, we're not in combat. We're not in combat. We're not in combat. We are in combat now. Okay. So he swapped off of Eclipse in the room that Eclipse is going to make super simple. So if he doesn't want to be the Eclipse, I'll be the Eclipse. Very much so, gladly. The only downside is because I swapped, I basically get only 2 charges. That's one of the things they implemented. So I'm basically just gonna not use my fire cam much here until the point,
Mission control
yeah,
module. It
because
handles
I need it in a second for there. So I don't have any flame grenades. That sucks.
the channels.
I would have much rather, because yeah, I've used them all up earlier. I haven't gone to a safe area.
And make sure it completes the
Hoping they spawn there. I'm just waiting for red. I'm not going to set one in ambush because if they don't spawn there, I'll only have basically 2 charges. So that's not going to end well for me. But what I'll add in there is my knife and hope that they mostly spawn there, which is usually the case. It's mostly those 2 doors over there and the door down the corridor there. But sometimes they spawn behind us as well.
Protection restored.
And with Fogboard, yeah, we have to pay attention to where it is.
Heavy ammunition.
Yeah, the mortar is actually quite useful. Explosive build, mortar build is very effective with this global event. So if you have one, very much go use it. And I got access to the exotic cache from the track of the global event. But yeah, especially here,
Slippers are reset.
having an Eclipse makes quite a difference.
Control.
Could have noticed earlier that he had swapped, but also I got it in time, so. But I could have had more charges.
Local power detected. Communications facilities offline.
Because yeah, they're spawning from a few doors, so you can really easily keep them
They're setting up EMP jammers around
Keep
the radio
them-
mast.
suppressed and in a spot.
Touch the mast. Without it, no one can broadcast from viewpoint. Agent, get to the roof. You gotta stop him from taking out the mast.
That's 25 seconds, he'll be fine. He's coming this way anyway. I mean, if it's, yeah, like I understand the thinking there, but yeah, it's obvious that he's coming. He'll be here in time.
Electromagnetic charge detected.
Wade is using EMP jammers to overload the radio mast. Take them out before the mast
I
is...
have one grenade, luckily, because yeah, I really love having a grenade here because I'm of course jammed here, but my grenades aren't.
Integrity at 75%.
Agent, you've gotta stop Wade. We need that radio mast.
I need that one gone, especially. So there, the thing has caught on fire. If I could actually get a fire going again, it'll kill that.
Malfunctioning. System reactivated.
But what I can do actually is,
System disrupted.
I had a second there to do it, but it was a little bit too short, turns out. And I'll go kill it myself.
Electromagnetic charge.
Because yeah, once I'm no longer disrupted, I can help along with this fight quite well. I'm gonna set up just in case the next wave spawns over there. They didn't, luckily.
Removed hostile protection. Hostile protection restored.
So there's one enemy over there as well, which is weird. I wonder how they got there even. They might have spawned from the elevator down there. Or there may have been remnants of an earlier wave. What is the... That should be his end.
All right, the facility is ours. True Sons just lost a powerful tool for coordinating their troops and spouting their horse shit. Once
So I'm gonna check. That was, I think, part of the daily. So I might actually go do this thing of going and capturing a control point and one more activity, basically, because the name will be part of that as long as I do it on heroic. And yeah, that sounds like a good warm up as well to do a little bit of shooting before I go do the thing that is my plan today. Because that will also involve shooting. This character has the Striker tech tank, which is starting to win me over a little bit. It is pretty strong. gonna make sure she doesn't need it, and I might actually just put it in the stash, that mod. But yeah, from time to time, this is exactly what she needs. So yeah, there are mods that are low on some of my characters because I haven't cared about those in a while. So an upgrade, which yeah, is rare. So yeah, Federal Triangle. I'm in the safe house here anyway, so I can just make the run from here. I'll take this route. You know, I wanna go over here and take the northern route. Because yeah, there was a activity on the southern street, so if I wanted to go through there, I would have to mess with them. On this end, I'll just run over here like this. And of course, the global event is active, and yeah, with this build, I'm just going basically, I'm just taking it as an extra ragers. Just, but it's also solo scaling heroic, so it's less of a hassle. The one thing I won't do, so normally I would cheese them in the sewer grates. That's not as viable thing to do here. Could maybe get the effect off with a grenade. But I'll just call in my allies and we'll just use the minigun as well, just to burn them down. I'll get a little bit closer before calling them in. Also checking what we have. We do have a medic with the first wave. I should be able to do this without being spotted.
I'm with you.
And we caught something else as well. And they also are fighting something to the south apparently because behind me as well. I will not survive this. Yeah, no. There, the downside was that we were completely surrounded when I did that. So we got destroyed, but we can spawn in on our allies, and I wasn't charged up anyway on the memento, so no great loss. Except my pride, of course. But my pride will live. Or respawn. My pride will respawn. And that's sometimes the downside of calling them in. It has a really wide area where it aggroes everything. It's basically a loud, very loud sound. And my only real thing I could have done there is actually, if I had gotten past those enemies and they may have gone into meleeing me, and I could have gone around the corner or something, because I was basically trying to get to that corner and just hide there and reassess. But they murdered me before I could. Because one of the things with the global event, you can't just brute force your way through it. Just do enough damage, and especially on just solo heroic and stuff, it's not too bad. The names and the elites take a while, so something like a tech tank helps of just being able to stand in front of them for the length needed to kill them. I'll destroy that turret, and that's just to... It'll drop the memento part on underneath me, so it'll instantly pick it up. That's why you usually will see me go for turrets like that, even destroying them, because I could just take the ammo off and it'll be ineffective. But destroying it, because it's on the edge, it will not be able to put the memento drop there, so it puts it underneath you, so you instantly get it. And yeah, one thing I always do recommend with tech tanks is to continuously go in and grab more of the mementos, because yeah, the short buff, the short timer buff is also of course very strong. It's an extra 15 weapon damage. On this build, let's call it around 7% more damage, likely 6.5, 7. I'll fall back. Actually, I'll heal up here. I'll hide first without being able to be shot by that shotgun over there, and then
Heavily armored hostile.
boss spawning out. I'll go this side. The boss spawned on the other side. I can take a few hits from this side before I need to deal with it. The named is luckily a sniper, but I'm gonna basically go kill everything else and then double back for them. Hello, good madam. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior FAMAS? Let me introduce you. Yeah. Just brute forcing our way through the global event, basically.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'll check out this lead while they're getting close. Because, yeah, I need them to be a little bit closer. But also what you can do, actually, if you're on a red build, you can just grab this minigun and just burn them, most of them down pretty fast before they get in range. Your weapon, the miniguns and stuff, the miniguns specifically, there's no other end stuff, all scale with your stats, basically. So if you're a full-on red build, you do a ton more damage with the miniguns than if you're a completely blue build, for instance. And also your mechanics carry over. So, for instance, a negotiator will mark stuff while it's on the minigun. Striker actually, I believe, as well will to get on the minigun, but it wouldn't. Please poke. I also dislike always that the mouse speed on I was just going to see if I got stacks of Striker. I should. I believe you do. But just wanted to see there, but they didn't want to poke. But this next wave actually will push in, of course. Yeah, my Striker stacks, I saw them go up there, so just gonna suppress him so he stops hitting me hard. Trying to see when I'm hitting if Striker stacks go up, and yeah, they did. So yeah, most of the gear sets will carry over their effects onto miniguns, making especially, for instance, a negotiator full red build sitting on the minigun with the backpack really powerful there. But yeah, of course, there's just limited places where you even have access to a minigun. That's how it's balanced. It's mostly basically the CPs closer to when the start of the base game. Actually, I'm gonna push into my enemies here a little bit. I don't want to go too far, mostly because I want them to spread out a little bit, so I'm not dealing with 4 enemies right away. That was some horrible shooting on my end, but we'll go close the distance. And it's hard to miss when you're this close. It's usually the idea of getting too close. I'm surprised. I was about to say, I'm surprised we're not at the boss wave, but yeah, we are. Just them coming up out of a sewer. It means that a boss comes up last, so it takes a while for him to actually come out. Gonna get that ammo box off of that turret. Just they hurt. I'm gonna break myself out and finish off this guy. I put a fresh one on it, but I'll destroy it just yet to get a memento again. Burn myself through this. I'm gonna go after her first, leave the name last.
Hostile control point identified.
I'm actually pretty close to fully stacked, but I'll still use the ACS because it has really good burst damage as long as you're missing or hitting most of the shot and not missing much, which when you stick it inside of someone, it's hard to miss. Yeah, we didn't get rogues on anything.
Control point detected.
And on these guys, I'll actually just use my missile launcher to just delete them. But yeah, it is an explosive. It does do the effect of removing the global event off of them and dealing a ton of damage.
Saved us back there. Thanks. I don't know that we could have done that without you.
I always love that voice line of
Let's secure the area.
I don't think we could have done it without you. Yeah, no, you wouldn't have. You guys coming in with pistols does not fill me with confidence that they could have done this on their own. Gonna grab my loot. So I'm gonna actually trying to go into the map first. I will actually track this. So yeah, I need to resupply this place that we just freed up. I should have enough for resupplying 50. And then I need to just do one activity here. Yeah, no, it is this guy.
Good on supplies.
I'll give food because food is usually the one you get the most of. Don't know. Yeah, I went, that was 34 only. So, because yeah, I need to have, of course, go over 50 there. So that's the one. And I likely will not complete the weekly on this character. So that one, even if I do need it, I can, there are ways. Looking for things to do in this zone, and yeah, actually, that hostage rescue is really the only thing. So I'll go do that. Even though if it's on, could have actually turned on directives as well, because at the very least, cool skills just does not affect tech tank play at all. Basically, a non-directive for tech tanks.
Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
I'm just looking over there if they aggro me as well, but they didn't.
Access key detected.
I'll set up a turret.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Next wave's coming in. Stairs are always dangerous for shields. If they're way above you or way below you, they can actually hit you through the shield. So that can be, yeah, very dangerous. But the thing to do then is usually just to stand next to them on the same step. That will help mitigate that, as long as it's one enemy. But then usually you're exposing your sides at that point, which isn't always a viable choice. Yeah, there we grab that project. It's not a ton of XP, but it just adds up on top of the other XP, so it's not a loss really. I'm gonna take this character back to here, pop out the caches, clean them up a little bit, and do the thing that I'm planning to mess about with for the next few hours, which is I'm gonna go do Camp White Oak a few times with a red build, and that is very much to, and I need to do it with having a ranger as my talent, just so I can have the ranges when I'm attacking stuff or stuff is dying. So I will likely
See you, Agent.
grab a red build,
Thanks for the deal.
and I will likely actually just put Memento on his back. Just that's what I would do if I was just running solo anyway. Because I don't usually use red builds solo anymore. Actually, I should do one just with this. I might grab my grade 23 weapon, my grade 23 FAMAS, which is right here. Oh, I would need to. I mean, I can't. I would need to retalent it then to Ranger, but I'll take those resource hits. Also, I'm briefly going to check. I'm full on a blue carbon fiber. It's been a while since I've expertise something. Just going to check what carbon fiber. Because this doesn't use that. Carbon fiber is for skills then, I believe. Oh no, it's for gear as well. Are any of her mementos? Yeah, she's already has a memento at 11. I'll put this coyote to 11 then. Just to burn up those resources because they're dropping, but I can't pick them up. I don't have really anything else to spend it on, and I have enough of the other resource as well. So this is me just burning it down a little bit. And I'm gonna just take this coyote to 11. Because 11 up to 11, it doesn't cost any exotic components. Although actually now I see that I'm also very low on. Might actually only reach 10 in this. I do because I'm out of field recons. But I will spend watch points to get field recons and SHK branches. I usually spend watch points. I get plenty. I have plenty stored up, but one of my characters still needs to basically be brought in line with the rest, so I'll do that at some point. Yeah, she has a crit chance, I believe, memento on her at all times already, so that was what we would need. I'll swap this to actually be that coyote, because that's going to work out better, usually. I'll grab contractors here. Surprising to see that she does not have a contractors in it as one of her builds. But that also makes sense. This character, I believe, also just barely uses LMGs. It's for my own sake, I will. Okay, yeah, she does. She does there actually, but yeah, no. And then yeah, with the ongoing directive, Carnage. Yeah, that explains why she does not have a contractors on her. But yeah, I'm using the contractors just to take my crit chance down to be 53. So I want to be in mid-range most of the time. And yeah, before we head out, I need to put a Ranger on this weapon. And I'll explain once we get there why I'm doing that. So then for an upcoming video, or tomorrow's video, most likely, actually, I'm going to talk about doing bad science, basically, which is something a fellow content creator, I feel, has done, and it has been coming up in some conversations. He has made a range compilation of ranges for missions, which I fully disagree with, both with the methodology and with his results, and with even what his results then go into, because later on he uses those same results for some work on Coyote and the ranges you would expect for Coyote. I'm gonna grab a decoy over a pulse. Oh, and I need the global event to be off, so I'm just gonna bug out here. Yeah, I'll just fast travel to here. Yeah, I can't. I'm not going to do it with the global event on for this testing. I just want heroic. No,
Copy. Black Tusk must have set charges on the bridge.
puts me here, of course, because that's where the checkpoint is at the start of the
For
mission.
a small day just north of your position.
Actually, I can just do this, right? It'll just give me the timer. Yeah. As long as I don't get shot, I believe, because that would invalidate the timer. So yeah, I want to get some footage where with Ranger, because aiming with Ranger at enemies gives you the range towards that enemies. And that is what I'm after,
Black Tusk
very
was
much.
outside cabin just past the staff office.
To basically
To extract them at the first sign.
use me playing, my footage of me playing to dispute the claims of what ranges matter. Because so he ended up with this mission being the longest range mission, and averaging out at around, I would have to rewatch the video, I haven't done so in a few days, but a range that yeah, was crazy to me basically.
Unit 2, what's your status?
So that's likely going to be the longest thing I'm going to be hitting during this entire mission at 31 meters.
We've got to press on. You're headed for
And part of it was that he basically played it, so he went into it with just shooting at enemies from one static position and then measuring memento drops. And that's, I don't believe anybody plays like that. Nobody goes into one single cover and then just sits there and kills enemies. So
JTF Unit 1 leader.
I'll loot on this first run,
Helipad. Copy that, Unit 1.
because I'll likely do a few runs here. And what I'm going to do later on with this footage is go through and basically at the range that I'm killing any of the enemies, I will basically put a spreadsheet together and just tally each range.
We need immediate extraction. Ghost light en route. ETA 20 mics.
No, I thought I'd do it here and hang out while I'm doing it. While doing this, getting the data together. Because yeah, according to his claims are that it's basically closer to over 30 meters, basically as the average range, which I think that dog will likely have been the only thing that will have been over that range, and it was a big dog and I wanted it gone. So I'll shoot outside of optimal. Because really, if that is the numbers you come to, that you're fighting over 35 meters during a mission, the conclusion shouldn't be I should use this weapon or this AR over that AR. The conclusion should be I should not be using ARs. I should be using rifles. Speaking of rifles, I'll put some shotguns into this secondary just to have a backup and maybe use it as we'll push into here. And yeah, it's been actually a while that I've soloed on a red build missions. So actually here, yeah, 40 meters, but also, so this is just, again, a dog. So I am willing to shoot those at longer ranges because they're a big fat target. Just to get them out of the way. But for enemies, I would, like, if I'm that far out of range, I would definitely close the distance. There's no reason to be shooting at enemies that far out of optimal. Because also here, I'm trying to not be overly aggressive. Just to not, like, overdo it, because I could even be more aggressive. And at the end, oh, we got rogues as well. I don't want to rogue fight with a red build, so I will actually, yeah, I'll this part of this run I'll just basically invalidate and go PFE, because I don't want to fighting rogues with red build solo is just slow. It's waiting for their skills to come out, shooting them, hoping they land in bad places so you can corner them. and hoping they don't have Oxy or bomber drone that will just eat through your med packs eventually. So I might try to just be PFE. So I will. But yeah, that means that I don't have data for this run for this part. But I'm okay with that. And yeah, this first one, I'll loot everything. And also in the end, I'll do one run with Heartbreaker Tech Tank to even more. Because with that one, I would definitely close to basically no enemy kill will likely be over 20 meters with that one. Although, yeah, I should actually then run a ranger weapon with that one as well, even though it really likes having its flashline weapon, of course. Yeah, here we're gonna run into these rogues and just murder them where they stand. I thought actually they spawned from that building, but they apparently don't. So what I really want to do here is just stack up the Heartbreaker. So this one doesn't have a shield because it has a pulse, but actually with rogue fights, I usually swap to shields because yeah, they have heads, so they can die from or they can be pulsed by hitting their head. But also, this is just solo heroic rogues. It's nothing to be scared of. It's gonna ACS as well. Although with her moving so much as she's doing, the ACS. Like there, it was a decent choice, but when she's moving around and some of the pellets are missing, just due to my aim, it isn't the best choice, really. And that's usually why it isn't worth using the ACS as a main, unless you can basically get super close for Heartbreaker, or Strikers as well. I should remember to swap back before I rush into the next room. But also here, I'm just curious to see as well. I have done some range testing with this exact method by using a ranger weapon and just rewatching the footage and seeing what ranges kills happen at. And also quite often, if you rewatch footage with a coyote. That, of course, is a giveaway of at what ranges that player is fighting at. But yeah, I'm gonna guess that. So he doesn't post all of his footage of the fights, but I'm guessing, for instance, here he likely set up all the way at the start of it, which is like I'm hoping that that is not the way that he plays, and I'm okay going down as well.
Agent down.
I'll take it down. As long as you can get back up. So yeah, once I've used my hive, I'll play it a little bit slower until I have my hive again, which is in 3 minutes. I didn't lose my shock rounds in my rifle by swapping. That's a little bit of a downside, man. Gonna get this chest upstairs here as well. One that also gets skipped quite a lot.
Negative. We can't break through. Shit. We can't let Ellis get away.
That's night here, but yeah, there's also a little bit of a Easter egg kind of thing here with no fate, which is of course from. She's a Terminator 1 or 2. It's 2, right? Yeah, no fate, but what we make. Scribbled on the table. Also, yeah, solo, I would not run a pulse. The pulse is more useful in group settings or when Fog of War is active. Solo, I usually, if I must run a red build, which here I must, which then I'd much rather run a decoy. This is a much more effective of a tool. I'm gonna toss it over there, and I'm gonna set myself up here, and this will also likely, even here, it's under 20 meters. Like, I'm trying to wrap my mind around how like he got up to the ranges that he was. Gonna break him and then kill that. Yeah, that's 24. Like that's also a little bit wrong, but also it's still in the mid range of it's still inside of the optimal of a FAMAS, which is 28. Here, the only real danger are those two dogs. I'm surprised both shots missed me. Just gonna wait for it. He does 3 shots in a row. Although, yeah, normally I got blinded the second I wanted to actually. Oh, that's gonna be on target, and
Assistance needed.
I'll take a wipe. Yeah, that's the dangers of running red builds solo. I got blinded and then followed up by grenades and taken out. But I'll also include that in the video of saying, like, I was expecting at least a wipe. It's been a while since I've ran this mission as a solo red.
Intercepting enemy communication.
And also, actually, yeah, this makes it a fresh run, and I get to have the data again. And here, getting pushed out of cover each time is super annoying. It's something they should just remove. Hoping to kill him before he shoots again.
Black Tusk must have set charges on the bridge. They weren't taking chances.
And even there, it's just 30 meters. But even there, I would not stick there and keep firing from there.
Vital signs critical.
In a second, I should briefly check what that message was I just received, but
This is JTF Unit 1 Leader.
I'll do that in a second.
Where's the helipad? Copy that, Unit 1 Leader. Godspeed.
Intercepting Black Tusk communications.
Engaging a large group of hostiles at the northwestern perimeter.
They're going for the helipad. Get in front of them and fuck up their day. Ghostlight, we need immediate
Here,
extraction.
dog again. Yeah, here usually there is a dog. It's not uncommon. Oh, well, heavy is uncommon though. That's a sniper dog again. My least favorite ones. And that will likely be my longest range shots of that fight. But also I'm not gonna stick to shooting him like that because I'll just kill this heavy. Close the distance, wait for him to fire. Once he does. Because while Ranger gives the ranges really well, it's always also hard to, while you're playing, to actually keep an eye on it. So here I'll have the VOD of it. Oh, got exotic out of it as well, actually.
I'll put him down.
Gonna just decoy out there. Let me just see what's over here because I couldn't see. Yeah, this guy. Oh, there's even 2 of them. So good thing I didn't push real hard. Decoy is very effective solo. Takes away a lot of your aggro. Let us see. This could be an Elma, so it is in Catharsis though, so that doesn't even get picked up. So yeah, briefly gonna check that message. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Not the one I'm after. That's the one I want. Curious to see what this range actually is. So that's 40 as well. Again, another... so here, what I really want to do is wait for that dog to turn because he usually doesn't... minigun dogs don't usually, while they're turning, don't fire. And then here we have to deal with 2 miniguns. But even here it's still just 29 meters there, I saw. And even there I would again not stick at that range. I would close the distance very much so. Especially against the heavy. Chain him. go for a quick kill even on this guy, so. I'm trying also to, like, yeah, again, not overdo it in being too aggressive.
Heavy resistance. Are you gonna
Oh,
be able to lock down that helipad?
Hello to you, Snakes and Jess. Welcome again. So yeah, actually today I did a little bit of farming at the start, mostly towards getting some of the league stuff done. But now I'm actually working on. I went for the loot, but didn't exist because I've looted already. But now I'm getting some footage for a video for tomorrow, where.
Galveston, Chicken Hawk is on the move. Finally. Chicken Hawk.
Which is going to be the rambling talk about basically bad data, bad science, doing bad science and and then using it even further,
Just ahead.
which I feel one other creator has done. Didn't have a good shot there actually, and it has to do with basically the ranges that you usually fight at. It's basically about that. That may some of the more in the community people will likely know who I mean then. Oh, my hive, or for a second I thought my decoy was off cooldown, but it was just that it was on a sliver left its duration.
Serious trauma detected.
I'll take the heal here. Yeah, I'm mostly trying to. I'm waiting for that guy to actually push up a little bit. And also, once I have my decoy again, I'll be easy. Because that likely will be the longest range kill I'll do here. Because basically his conclusion was that that on this mission specifically, that the common range is pretty high, over 30 meters. I don't exactly remember the number, but yeah, I find that crazy, basically, for a solo red build. Ah, I just got 3 shots. Yeah, they did, but I will, especially doing legendary is like jumping in and first thing being that doing a legendary is not something I really enjoy. I need to warm up a little bit for that, and yeah, I would feel watched very much, especially the way that Dot tends to over compliment me a little bit. I mean, I'm sure I would have done fine. It's not.
It's closing now, sir.
I know that I don't suck too bad. I'm not the greatest. There are much better players than me, but
There. You're gonna have to take the long way around. Diverge
I'm also
down
not
the ridge.
horrible. And also, it was right before I was about to start the stream here, so. Which might have been a good thing viewers-wise and try to like entice some people, but I also would have felt weird of like, yeah, I'm streaming over there, and like it would feel shilly a little bit.
This is
But I will, so Dot as well said,
heavy losses. Is the helipad locked
put
down?
out the offer of maybe collaborating on something, and
Can't let Ellis get away.
I would definitely be up for that. And one of the ideas I definitely had is to grab 1 or 2 knowledgeable players, some that are willing to maybe do like a discussion thing, and then maybe basically a podcast. That's actually what it is, basically. but then very pointed towards, you know, specific things. Because especially, for instance, a discussion on burst versus sustain would be very interesting with some of the opinions of some of the knowledgeable people on the players. Because yeah, on burst and sustain, I think that's one of the places that there's basically 2 camps and also some outliers even after that. So even here, I'm only at 33 meters. I mean, only 30. I'm outside of optimal, but I mostly just want to kill that dog. And then I'll close the distance. Like, that dog is the only thing that will kill me. Well, that mini tank as well. Oh. Is that... Yeah, not in range. Nice. Because yeah, mini tanks with the elite ones can... their grenade also catches on fire. But you can usually evade it. And we have one guy left. Yeah, this is a good reminder for myself as well why I very much do not enjoy playing red build solo. It feels very reactive. I'm basically looking what the enemy is doing and then only reacting to it, instead of where with the tech tank I just push the tempo myself. I just engage whenever I want. Yeah, I think this will be an interesting thing at the very least. And also because I've had the discussion about the ranges provided by... I'll just say it's Fog of War on YouTube.
Unit 1 leader, do you have eyes on Ellis?
His name is Fog of War. So
Unit 1 leader, do
the
you...
directive I don't like. So some of the things that he's provided are in back channels of me discussing with some of the other people that I know from the Discord, especially. We've been discussing him quite a lot, actually. I thought I was a demolitionist. I wasn't, but fire grenade will work too. Because if I was demolitionist, this would be the wave where I would use my grenade launcher. Although actually in solo, well, in group that's like 8 people there, but solo, of course, it's barely anyone. I'll even take the long route here. See how far away I am when I engage this next guy. I'm gonna put my decoy there. Where did this guy go? Oh. The chargers are actually... Oh, here is that. Because even this is like 35 meters, which is outside of optimal, but still not for M4, for instance. I don't want to go down the pier. That's very much a trap. So for instance, that one I would be curious to see back in the footage of how long it was. Because yeah, I'm also in real life not a good judge of distances. You know, you go like, that's about 15 meters, and then you measure it and it goes like 70 meters or something. So St. Elmo actually doesn't out-sustain. It competes on sustain with a lot of weapons, but Fast Hands, of course, is will keep the burst around the same level and beat it in sustain.
We're almost to you. Have eyes on us in a minute here.
Actually, I'm solo here. I would say I'm gonna go get the pier, but I can always just double back for the pier. No one's gonna accidentally pull me. And then actually check if there's a heavy here. I don't think I've done this mission solo in, let's say, 2.5 years, maybe. Because yeah, I usually matchmake for it. Just so I can run the eclipses. That's dangerous.
Medical Assistance needed.
Because I'm flanked there as well. I have a hive.
Action.
Could fall back to that log and go around. I hadn't seen that guy was there as well. Just need to not die here. Well, this is also actually... I had to also refamiliarize myself as well a little bit when I did the Iron Red Glass with Glass gameplay. Although there I was intending, of course, always to go into match-made groups, so it's different. Because yeah, solo, I don't really understand. I mean, it's not that I don't understand. I used to run it. Like my build as well for the longest of time was a Glass Red, especially season 1 and 2. Because also, yeah, not much else existed. I was very much a proponent back then of glass over everything. Because I also believe Obliterate back then was even lower than it is now. Because I always forget, it's one, because I think Obliterate back then was 20 and then Spotter was even 10. And then very early on they pulled Obliterate to 25 and then later on Spotter went to 15, I think. Yeah, especially the Elmo actually still loses, especially on talent on burst, which is really the thing that you give up when you go for it. But of course, you gain the shocking mechanics of it. So it's a trade. It is a trade-off. So I think it is decently balanced. Actually, the only thing I don't really like about it is having that 20 crit chance because it's encroaching on LMGs, but that's because I kind of do like LMGs a little bit. But I would much rather have it be, for instance, balanced to be 15 crit chance. That would also make it easier to put into a lot of builds. Because now also the reason that is actually really strong is that 20 crit chance, because when it goes into a striker and you balance it around it, you gain another crit damage as well, and then it actually does level out with fast dance FAMAS, basically. But the FAMAS then, what they should do is go for the burst and have that be their thing that they do.
You're not coming.
This is the, oh yeah, this is this fight. Okay.
Hawk is away.
No, god damn it!
Just trying to remember what the normal version of this fight is. Because yeah, those two will likely actually be my longest kills. But that was also still 25 meters. Wanna keep my decoy for when the, or actually it's already up. I was gonna say for the boss, but if I wanted to do that, that should have been a decision I made half an hour ago. But I have flame grenades, I just need to find them. He's on fire. Oh. Yeah. Saw the ropes, but oh, you only get 2 enemies there. That's a sad display of power. I'm trying to jump down again. Oh, he's getting someone up, or at least trying to. No, yeah, this kinds of fights is always what like really turned me off of glasses in the end. Just you're trying to trade. As long as you're killing stuff fast enough, it's not too bad. But the second you're fighting something that actually doesn't die real quick, it becomes a hassle. Although, of course, it's solo scaling, so it's not too bad.
There's gonna be a lot of useful intel there.
Although at the moment I'm running Obliterate as well, so. So yeah, I'm. The plan is that I'm going to run this mission a few times, just to get a few times of footage off of it, and very much being conscious of not playing even more aggressive than I normally would. Because normally I would go super aggressive, and if I wipe once, I don't care. I've already wiped once, although that was yeah, just bad play and not being. Yeah, well on your way to complete the tutorial there, yeah. So. Oh wow. That is just habit. Just looking at that thing and going matchmake. Which isn't my intention.
They'll move to extract them at the first sign of trouble. Which they're
But yeah, so I'll be just capturing the footage here, and then tomorrow tallying it all up together. I won't do that on stream because I feel that would be a little bit long and boring, just going through all that footage.
Copy that. You are clear to intercede.
Also, I would need the VOD basically, so I need to. Here we go. Because even that is 31 meters. I will actually in a second go back in and we'll maybe do react style. Well, not react style. I have his video somewhere. Kind of want to see what he says about this mission as the average range. Because I watched it a few days ago just to remind myself I didn't take any notes from it. Oh well, not that specific a note.
We're starting our push towards the helipad.
Copy that, Unit 1 leader. Godspeed.
Because yeah, I'll do this run, one more run after this one
Tusk communications.
for a complete run, and then one more run with a tech tank.
They're going for the helipad.
And likely I'll actually I was thinking of doing it with the Heartbreaker tech tank because of course, but might actually do it with the high end one just to take my damage down and my survivability down, because yeah, the Heartbreaker can deal a lot easier with closing the distance. So yeah, there for instance there's elites, and they very much don't die in a mag, and then you have to take the hit and heal back up and kill them. But it's more just like I've gotten used to tech tanks and such. Especially solo, and then eclipses in groups. And but I always feel that, especially like red builds as well, they work best if they're supported in some way, in any way, really. So even a full yellow eye, assisting them, just healing them back up, for instance, letting them shoot more. Of course, Eclipse can do that role. I won't take actually the shock rounds here, because yeah, I would have shock rounds in this AR, and that would make me completely close the distance here because everything's shocked. Why wouldn't I? Actually curious to see what this third range is. 32 meters. That's actually likely going to be one of the longer kills. We have another heavy in there. Because yeah, even this is like 25 meters, 26 meters. What is it to the heavy there? 25. He just did the work for me and blew himself up. I was just going to evade the grenade, but somehow he just destroyed himself.
Unit 1 leader, have you reached the objective?
We have it in sight, but we're encountering heavy resistance.
Still going the route of loot.
Working on it.
Because I've looted everything already, so... I'm good on ammo, so...
Galveston, you've got an SHD element approaching your position.
Some habits are hard to break, like that. Like going
Who else would have any
straight for loot.
Let's go. This is Galveston. Chicken Hawk is on the move.
Because I would feel this is really the only arena where
Yourself. Where are we going?
you can go a little bit longer range if you're just not aware. But yeah, like I would never engage from back there, for instance. I would always push into here. But yeah, that's also down to playstyle, of course. And also mission knowledge. Like if you don't know where they're spawning, you wouldn't choose to go up to here. They spawned over there. Boss is coming out. man. I miss fast hands there.
Serious trauma detected.
And there we go. Should I then loot this? Let's completely loot everything. Because there's one here as well. Some resources here as well. Might actually take one striker run. Actually, maybe as a... Because yeah, I would be even more aggressive with a striker because it has more damage potential.
Why is that door still open?
It's closing now, sir. Door sealed.
Shit, no way you're getting through there. You're gonna have to take a long way around. Diverge southeast around the ridge.
There I normally have fast hands and I would reload it before she punched me in the face, but got to punch me in the face. Oh.
Here they are.
Mr. Medic, come out and play.
I need cover.
Did he throw a second death charge death pulse that fast? That was interesting. Actually, I always thought that, or maybe there was another elite medic, but I would have to rewatch the footage. I always thought that they only had one, that it was just it didn't respawn for them. But there he seemed to have thrown out two. But also wouldn't surprise me if they have infinite amounts and just never noticed before.
This is JTF Unit 1 leader. We're pinned down, taking heavy losses.
Is the helipad locked down?
Negative. We can't break through.
Shit, we can't let Ellis get away.
So maybe considering different skills, maybe if I didn't have the decoy, would I go a lot longer range? I would, definitely. Shouldn't actually use it here. This fight isn't worth that decoy. Could leave it for the last part here. I actually want to see. That's 37. That's actually likely the longest shot I took here. But of course, that's also just to deal with. I can shoot the drones from very far away and get the kill. Didn't see where the other one went. There he is. Need this mini tank gone. Then I need. Actually, I have crossbow bolts. I just realized now, of course, because I'm survivalist. And that means that I shall put one on him as well. But that this dog will get but that dog will get missed. And I'm actually blind. Oof, that's bright. Oh.
Serious trauma
I
detected.
didn't actually kill the dog. Of course. In my head he was dead, but of course he's not. That's gonna go out. Just gonna finish him off. There's only one engineer in the back. Well, drone controller. Thinking of going after his drone, but I can kill him before he hits me. So there likely is the longest range engagement. Just because closing into that sniper dog is hard.
Ghostlight, where are you, buddy? On approach.
Although EMP sticky would actually solve that
Have to stand by for
if I was going to like try to solve that issue.
Sounds like you can still overtake Ellis. Unit 1 leader, do you have eyes on Ellis? Unit 1 leader, do you copy? Shit!
No, do the grenade thing here again. I kind of know where like that position is. So. Making sure that there isn't a dog in there because those won't be on fire, of course. Nice of him to kill himself by firing while I'm firing into him. That will actually likely be my longest range shots. So methodology-wise, also, I wouldn't be happy with even the methodology I'm using here, because I'll basically take screenshots from every moment that an enemy is killed, and basically do it like that, because that's going to be the easiest. But of course, for instance, there I was shooting at the dog at 47 meters and stuff, and then he closed the distance and then got killed at a much shorter distance. So even my methodology here I wouldn't consider it perfect, but I would consider it better than what he showed. So.
This is Ghost Light. Stand by, LZ. We're almost to you. You should have eyes on us in a minute here.
But even there, if I even like just basically go like, okay, I'll just add 5 meters as an average point, because yeah, most of the time it will be at the exact point where I kill them, but then just to average out the other ones. I'm going to see what's over there. She's going to send up drones. I'll just wait for them. Because yeah, a red drone controller will always die when you shoot their drones near to them. Don't have a coyote. Oh, I reloaded the build, of course. Because we had rogues earlier, I went to a PFE build just because I ain't nobody got time for that to do it on a red build when I have a PFE build.
Immediate medical assistance.
I'm over there, guys. I promise. Please shoot over there. Thank you.
Serious trauma.
I will go down. No, actually I won't. They really didn't see me shooting next to them. Oh, that's on target because it's a Black Tusk one. That's on target because it's a Black Tusk one. Sir, could you please not? Stand up. Stand up.
Vital signs critical.
And that's why I have shot cracks. Oh, just screenshotting all the kills? Nah, it'll take like 20 minutes for 3 runs. Like I'm not gonna do it like super precise or anything. Just basically frame where it's obvious that the kill is gonna happen and the range is visible, and that's why I'm running Ranger. So it shows me the ranges I'm killing at. And it's gonna be faster than his method, which was getting memento kills, getting kills while he had the memento, and then ranging with a grenade to get those ranges, which is even worse because yeah, then it's definitely just only the kill ranges, because yeah, if they were closing or falling away, at least here I can still kind of guesstimate that, okay, this enemy fell back, this enemy didn't.
Serious trauma.
And that's my last med pack. And yeah, the boss is a medic, so I shouldn't actually let him do his thing, because he'll get some stuff up. But I'll just try to put him on fire. He evaded masterfully. Trading grenades there. He's a 1-mag for Obliterate Red.
Tusk specializes in dealing with situations like this, but the site is under our control. We didn't give the enemy time to clean up after themselves. There's going to be a lot of useful intel there. We can take our time picking through it.
There's also the methodology that he then used, because if you come into here and your plan is to sit into one position where you're going to fight all the enemies, so you're coming from in here, to fight all of the enemies, where you're just going to then sit there because you then afterwards need to range it with a grenade, so you don't know which kills are where, of course, then yeah, you'll probably take position here or something, which is, I mean, I would not take position all the way back here. That's not without being a sniper or something. I am actually going to fast travel back to at least attempt to. Fast travel to Washington to get med packs and grenades, and then come back. But yeah, the going back to the mission start is not resetting, of course, those things. So
Entering safe area.
also, I should just put on Coyote as well. Going back to here. Also, I've already lost count. We've done 2, right? 2 full runs, and then one where I died, I believe. Yeah. So this will be number 3. And actually, for this one, I will go the Coyote route, because yeah, the Coyote as well will show what ranges I am even more easily, because that's actually the way that I know most of the, like, what I feel. The knowledge of ranges that I have is mostly from Coyote, and sometimes rewatching footage, especially for instance in raids and stuff. We've rewatched footage quite often there, just to see like what ranges are we at, how often does the long range one come up for us.
Multiple hostiles on the main road. Approaching the bridge.
Copy that. You are clear to intercede.
Bridge down. No more contacts on the road.
Unit 2, what's your status? Unit 2, do you copy?
No duck. Okay.
Charges on the bridge. They weren't taking chances. We've got to press on. You're headed for a small dam just north of your position.
Like even here, I feel that I'm really outside of out of my range, but actually I'm at 25 meters. Because yeah, optimal FAMAS 28. Anything outside of that is, I would consider basically bad choice. And of course, also my Coyote, I need it to be my optimal place. That my health gate was still up. It won't be for that one, but I can get out of the way. Especially yeah, for the Coyote, because I've put the contractors in as well, and stat-wise, I really need to be at the mid-range. Mid-range or short-range, both of them will outcompete group OPs in that slot.
This is JTF.
How would you like a job? Yeah, no, that's fine.
Godspeed.
At worst, I'm doing 1 run too many. Like I don't even like have a hard limit on this one. Like I just wanted to do 3 runs. If I do 4 by accident, hey, more data. If I did 2, hey, that's enough data.
Ghostlight, we need immediate extraction. Ghostlight, en route. ETA 20 mics.
Here, dog.
Here's one.
I'm happy that there's not so many grenade dogs solo. I think they have actually a limitation on that, because yeah, grenade dogs are very much a little bit harder to deal with because they pester you from long range. I'll just wait for this group to deal with him.
I got one over there. All day.
Sending the UAV.
Yes, please do. Send those UAVs. I wonder if they ever like on the Black Tusk end, they go like, you would think after a while they would go like, just don't deploy your things in view, just go behind somewhere. Get away from them as well. They're explosive. Just, but also yeah, there's no survivors to tell them that. Actually, there I'll toss a grenade. I've been noticing I have too many grenades anyway for.
I'll put him down.
That mini tank will deconstruct on his own. Except he's. Oh.
Serious trauma
Really?
detected.
I was waiting to not be in range, but
Reach the
then
objective. We have it in
still blow my own face up.
resistance. Are you going to be able to lock down that helipad?
We're working on it.
Doing the DZ shuffle on a ladder. still find it funny to see some of the DZ players, some of their footage when they're been watching a few of the other streamers over here. And even when they're on PvE missions, they'll do the DZ shuffle of just like moving left or right, which is like the anti getting headshot mechanic or a thing to do tactic.
Into the tunnel, Chief.
They must be cutting through the bunker.
It's just ingrained so much into them.
Should still be able to catch
Oh yeah, and here, so yeah, don't deploy on the first wave because it's not needed here.
Securing area.
Especially wanted to get that sniper before she got away, but didn't. Hopefully she peeks easily.
Need cover when I go for the minigun.
And I'm also specifically not trying to min-max towards, like I on a lot of these I could even close the range more, especially if I had foam, for instance. I would feel more comfortable doing that. Because here I'll just toss out the decoy, chain him, go kill this medic. It's harder from here. Oh no, actually it's easier. Okay. Actually is even easier when you're above them, turns out. Usually when you're below them, it's a lot harder though. Did I not loot? Oh, okay, there. There's other loot there. Which turns into printer filaments. And yeah, it really feels like, yeah, I needed those 2 runs to be somewhat warmed up for this build.
Door sealed.
Shit. No way you're getting through.
Which is also, of course, like the thing, like the reason why when you're speedrunning, you just keep doing it over again, you just start getting in a... Each run, you'll basically notice one thing of doing different. Because, yeah, I'm taking the same paths usually, because, yeah, that's usually the paths, like... But I still remember from back in the back when I used to run glass, like incessantly. Like these are the routes I would take. I'll take that mad spat. I don't need it actually. But I might get tapped by that sniper dog here a few times. Oh, so there I actually do have the long range buff from Coyote. So
This is JTF Unit 1 leader. We're pinned down.
actually, wait, am I confusing myself now? Is it? Yeah, that is the long range buff, right? Yeah.
Break through.
Shit.
It's the top one that's a short one. As well, I'll notice here because this guy's dying in short range. Yeah, or no, that was the short range one. Yeah. It's the other way around. Yeah, I always still to this day get confused between the 2 Coyote ones, and mostly because in my head it should work differently, but then I remember that like it's different than the way that I think. But over the years, of course, I've started to think the same way as the game, and then that was 34. This wave spawned as well. I really actually should have just killed this wave, especially seeing as there's a sniper dog in it. But he'll help with staggering everything and making them stand up. That was 37. Okay, that'll likely be one of the longer range kills. Here, doggy, doggy, doggy. Oh, I could use this, of course. That makes that a lot easier. I should have figured that out earlier. They're shock rounds. That's like why I have them. Okay, there I have the long range buff. So that was one of the first times I've seen that one. I'll just... Actually, you know, your owner is there. I'll just kill it. Also, I've been sitting in the same pose for a while. Let me get a little bit of movement.
Ghost Light, where are you, buddy? On approach. Couple of lights out. Roger. You'd have to stand by for a few. We're taking our sweet time.
Sounds like you can still overtake Ellis.
See, this is one that I... there's no light here, though.
Eyes on Ellis.
This is one of the places as well that I was... Well, of course, one of the places of intro or outro. Like, this is quite beautiful. Actually, there's light over here, so I could do it, like, from here. Because, yeah, especially, like, the red trees. It was also at the end, by the cabin, there's, like, there's a little area that also kind of looks really nice. Which is likely going to be the intro for this one, because it's going to be centered around this mission. And hello to you, Fun Time. Nice seeing you again. Thanks for joining again. And yeah, you've caught me doing some footage capturing for upcoming video. Where I'm basically gonna move a discussion that has been happening, or well, people keep bringing it up on Coyote discussions. Like, it wasn't. Well, it wasn't. It was Discord DM. I think it wasn't a comment that even on the higher end red build went like, "Oh no, you should set up your Coyote for long range because that's what this other creator has figured out about ranges." And I went, I've seen it, but hard disagree.
Firing on hostile.
Wow, that was shooting. That was some shooting there. Jesus. But yeah, I'm not tryharding.
This is Ghost Light. Standing by at LZ. We're almost to you. You should have eyes on us in a minute here.
Did I get those actually at the... Oh yeah, I did.
We're gonna lose him.
So this time I'll take this route and just deal with this guy first. Because yeah, that annoyed me last time to trying to get them down. That'll also give me time to have these people come towards me. Thank you for standing still in the open like that. Oh, I shouldn't blind fire like that. I actually do need the ranges, of course. No, but that is one of my habits, actually. Just sometimes it's not needed to actually aim. But I'll put that at like 15 meters even though it was like at 3 or something. Just to take up the average. Give it a fair shot. Or give it like the best chances you'll have at the... And also I'm very much not comfortable usually running red build solo. I mean, as the advocate for tech tanks. Yeah.
No, god damn it!
Couldn't reach around that tree. Okay, that was actually a 42 meters there. Although that also didn't feel natural, but I was just... I knew I could kill a purple at that range. Just get him out of the way. Same for that threat. That's 43 meters. That's likely the longest range kill in this entire 3-run session. So. The boss spawns here. That's quite dangerous to me. Not if I catch him in fire. But I don't know what's to my right, but I'll just kill the boss, get him out of the way. The funny thing, of course, as well is, so I need Ranger for the, like the ranging mechanic of it. But I actually should maybe just go close on personal because that also has that same range meter. Because yeah, I'm actually giving up a ton of damage because I'm not at the ranges.
Specializes at dealing with situations like this.
Ranger works for.
We didn't give the enemy time to clean up after themselves. There's gonna be a lot of use.
So yeah, that we did 3 runs this. Gonna take myself back to White House. I think I'll grab the high-end, the character that has the high-end tech tank, just because it'll be weaker than the Heartbreaker tech tank, so I'll likely not close to the same ranges.
Hello there.
Not skewing the data too much, because yeah, with the Heartbreaker, I could just basically go stick my ACS into every enemy. Oh, also, I would need to have, I would need to recalibrate both weapons, which to Ranger, which yeah, seems like too much work. Because already recalibrating my grade 23 FAMAS to Ranger felt a little bit dirty. Although, of course, I'll reverse that here. Yeah, exactly on those medium ranges. At least that's what I feel very much. But also, yeah, it's dependent on build, it's dependent on playstyle. So for instance, with the PFE one, so for the high-end PFE that I have, it's very much set up for 25 meters, or for under 15 meters for that 25 crit damage. Because that one is going to close the distance to that, to be that. Or for instance, if you were to put, so in Hunter's Fury, you don't want a chest in the backpack. That's usually why you don't go Coyotes. But if you were to go Coyotes and give up, you know, either the chest or that backpack talent, or the useless ones of it, then you would also go basically short range. It's basically, yeah, usually I even it out to be around 52 to 55, and usually in both short range and mid range, it will be the Grupo piece. That's why you usually Grupo or Third Providence, basically that level. And it will definitely usually be tough, specific weapon damage, friend rest or not. I was going to recalibrate this weapon. Actually, I won't. I might also do one run with Striker. Because I feel I would be even more aggressive with Striker, and just to get the data from that as well. Because usually with Striker, I know I'm killing stuff just so hard, so much harder. So it's easier to go after stuff. Because there, for instance, I'm keeping distance from elites a little bit because I know I need a little bit of time to kill them. This character. Yeah, the thing is with it, especially, so what it usually does, to answer that, what Dot said, the one, is that it usually, yeah, you can make it set it up, as especially, for instance, I showed with the numbers in the Obliterate Striker video. So when you set it up to be 53, 54 crit damage, or crit chance, and the rest into crit damage, then usually, yeah, 0 to 15, you're better off. A little bit better off, and then 15 to 25, you're quite a bit. Usually, so 1% on the short range. Although, if your talents are dependent on crit damage or crit chance, that of course skews it a little bit. But disregarding that, around there, 1.5%. But then, and mid range, you basically gain 3 to 4%, and then at long range, you usually only lose 1%. So as long as you're keeping yourself in that, like you're not sniping with the FAMAS, which you shouldn't as well, because the FAMAS as well has 28 meters optimal range. So you should be in those ranges anyway. And then once in a while, if you're outside of it, like the loss there, you'll make it up on the different parts. The Coyote is very much a piece that, as long as you can make that hole for it, is very much just better than most other parts. No, I want to start with the high-end tech tank, which I'm, oh yeah, of course. Actually, also, so one of the videos that is also going to come out, but it's going to be a little shorter because it's basically just a simple guide about how to save loadouts. So for instance, I have this loadout here, which is the tech tank, but of course, this isn't the Memento. This is a Wicked backpack, and the secondary is a sadist AR. So this is basically set up to either, if I put a memento in here, and of course, yeah, this is with my setup of all characters have all the exotics they'll need. So when I put a memento in there, it becomes a tech tank, and then grab a Scorpio secondary. But if I keep that other backpack and then put a Ridgeway in here, and then basically swap these two and put whatever here, usually also a Scorpio. So now it's a Sadist Wicked build. Like this. And this is usually what I actually use to run in DZ quite a bit. They are, I mean, the trading builds that are common now are a lot better than this, but it works still well enough. Because yeah, the bleed is annoying, and especially since Heartbreaker, usually basically everybody now has a hazard protection build if they're going into the DZ, but that wasn't the case 2 years ago. But yeah, double setting up a build like this can always be a handy thing. So I should see faster if I just reload it. Because yeah, that's the same thing I actually also, for instance, do with the Negotiator. It's saved with 5 pieces equipped, so I can basically put in whatever exotic I want and make it either a Coyote variant or maybe even Contracts is in there and make it the LNG variant. We were going over here. So I'll do a Tech Tank one first. Ridgeway's talent is that it applies bleed in when you're within 10 meters. I'll double check here. And basically, if you're in range of enemies that are bleeding, depending on the amount of enemies, you gain a regen. So actually, I'll put it on screen here. So yeah, 15 meters even. Yeah, so shooting enemies within 15 meters applies bleed. So just from any weapon, you can get bleed then. And depending on how many enemies are within your range, within that 15 meters, that are bleeding. So for instance, especially for instance, if you're running alongside a Eclipse that is bleeding everything with a Hive, this can be very powerful. The downside, of course, you're giving up the chest talent, which is usually, yeah, for instance, Obliterate or Spotter, it's a lot. You're giving up a lot. But you get that back a little bit if you play it well and with Sadist. So it's not the biggest loss. You'll still be behind, but you gain that regen mechanic a little bit. Because Sadist is 20%. So here it says 20% weapon damage. It isn't. It's 20% amplified. It's a 20% amp. So you're basically moving... if you were to compare this with other weapons, they're adding, or talents, for instance, Strained or something, is adding 10% aroundish of that to your build. And then this is basically like the other 10% is making up a little bit for the missing chest talent. But of course, most of the chest talents are more than 10%. Especially in DZ, back before Heartbreaker was put in the game, making everybody have a hazard protection build at the ready. A lot of people didn't, and then the bleed also slows them down a little bit, is annoying. You're regenning a little bit, and especially if you're against 3 or 4 with a Hive as well, tossing that in, you can actually do trading builds. Usually I would have a secondary be the Eagle Bearer, so because usually we were in a group of 2s, and then if we went up to group went up against groups of 4. If I got a kill, I could basically usually kill all 4 of them. If I got a kill with the Eagle Bearer. Because the Eagle Bearer's talent is very much overpowered for for that kind of thing. Because as long as you get a headshot kill, you're basically immune. Well, not immune, but you have a heavy damage reduction for a while. And in that while, you should be able to kill something. If you do kill something, so basically that damage is delayed. So if you do kill something that is removed, if you do not kill something, that damage is just delayed, and you'll die when the effect wears off.
This is JTF Unit 1 Leader. We're starting our push towards the helipad.
Copy that, Unit 1 Leader.
I don't know.
Intercepting Black Tusk communications.
Oh, for the Ridgeway project. So no, actually, so the Countdown Hunters don't. That's the one that doesn't. But if you're far enough in the season track, if you go to the So the hunters on summit will count, but usually getting there, unless you have somebody that provides you with a... I don't have a ranger here. I'm gonna go back to I was talking and not paying attention. I need to have a ranger, of course, for the ranging. There is one more hunter in the manhunt mission of is it Bulb? No, it's amusement park, right? So yeah, that one. So if you do the Schaefer mission, this one in and for this you need to be season level 60 something. It's in the season track of the rewards with the previous manhunt missions. So if you actually, if I set difficulty, it'll make it yellow as well. So it's so in this mission there is one hunter, and that one counts. It's halfway through, and you basically just go in and kill that hunter, and you can just do it on normal to make it easy on yourself, because yeah, it is a hunter fight. He will do his best to kill you, especially if you try it on heroic. Even on normal, he can sometimes be a hassle if he oxys you. Oh yeah, I was. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab Ranger on this weapon so I can see my ranges. If I was smart, actually, I would grab close and personal, but I'll just do Ranger just for consistency's sake here. And I'll also grab that FAMAS for a second run when I go through with Striker. I almost went to that mission because it was highlighted. You need to give a few items actually to it. I believe. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, no. So you also need rogues. You also need keys. Keys you'll likely have from just playing. But then you also usually need rogues for that Ridgeway project, and those can actually be easily done in the summit. Any floor above 3. If you come out of the elevator, you can basically cheese it in a way, basically. Yeah, you come out of the elevator, if you don't get the rogue agents detected, you just suicide and just reset yourself to the elevator. And every time that you do that, there's a chance that you'll get rogues. If you do it on a higher floor, the chances are likely higher. So if you have a higher checkpoint, that's better. But you can do it from floor 3. You can't do it on floor 1. No, so just here. Which is just a weird quirk that they add in there. Oh yeah.
Unit 2, what's your status? Unit 2, do you copy?
I was just trying to remember, am I doing something specific? And yeah, no, not really.
Gotta press on.
Because yeah, with a tech tank, even though this is like the weakest one, it's gonna be mostly 5 meters and below. Although not likely. I mean, I'll take some pot shots at long range usually. And your season level is, if you're asking, if you don't know if you've completed it, it's that second number. So likely, yeah, if you've done 100 levels in this season, then this character hasn't looted yet, so loot is available.
Hostiles to the northwestern perimeter.
They're going for the helipad. Get in front of them and fuck up their day. Ghostlight, we need immediate extraction. Ghostlight, en route. ETA 20 mics.
Or you likely mean floor 100, and you've gotten the project now. Yeah, the Ridgeway is, I mean, all of the exotics are worth getting at least, even Imperial Dynasty. And, I mean, I would even say so, this is also, again, but much later, upcoming video, rambling talk of talking about letting newer players. So one of the things, of course, that like is very common, especially if I don't know if any of you hang around on the build advice channel on the Discord. But basically, anyone coming in, especially newer players, Being like, oh, I have a chameleon, and then basically everybody goes, chameleon is the worst thing ever. Or, hell, I've even, one of the stories I'm going to tell in that video as well. I'll do it now as well because it'll be months till that video gets made, likely. It's very low on the list, is that we had a player long ago. I was in a bad clan, really. I'm gonna go grab the memento stacks because I should just memento build up. This build is so weak, especially without having now fast hands on it as well, not sustaining as well. That I kind of want to build it up. So we got a level 70, 80 guy through Dark Hours. We got him an Eagle Bearer, and the clan leader in that was very adamant always that, yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. Eagle Bearer isn't the best weapon. You shouldn't use it as a main. It has a purpose, as I said earlier with DZ, when you're fighting multiple, so you can easily take it as your secondary. It's a good secondary choice, and then if you're fighting multiples, you can just, if you can't get that headshot kill to get it going. Oh, the global event is on. I'm like, this build is slow, but it's not this slow. I need to turn the global event off after this fight. I'm surprised I didn't notice earlier, especially with these enemies glowing in the dark. But I was in story mode anyway. So yeah, we got that player an Eagle Bearer pretty early for them. So likely at that point, that would have been the best weapon that they had. They didn't have a better weapon. It's putting me, of course, here. I need to just turn off the global event from here. But yeah, the clan leader goes, yeah, no, you shouldn't use it. It's the worst weapon ever. Which it, of course, isn't. It's basically a B tier weapon. So you should go for a S tier or A tier if you can. But if you don't have that, that weapon, then yeah, your best choice is that one. And a lot of people very much, yeah. Same with Chameleon. For a lot of low-level players, Chameleon is actually the best choice. Because they'll get a weapon pretty easily from faster as well, for quick drone builds. They'll get a weapon, doing a few bounties will likely get you it. It's basically, so statistically doing 14 bounties will get you it. But of course, there is, if you do that together on a zone, I'll fix the camera right away. If you do that on a zone that has targeted AR, you're increasing those chances, and you can pretty easily get a Chameleon. And what the Chameleon is a weapon with a crit chance third and a talent that works well enough. And just getting that will get you to go farm for other stuff. But just starting out, it's pretty much fine. It's likely the best they'll have until they get better.
Copy that. You are clear to intercede.
Now let's see how this build feels. Oh, hello. I was about to run past this guy.
Unit 2, what's your status? Unit 2, do you
3 meters.
Black Tusk must have set charges on the bridge. They weren't taking chances.
8 meters.
You're headed for a small dam just north of your position.
I'm not even gonna shoot those things. I'm gonna go actually shoot her. And make that 3 meters as well, because I could have shot the drones and had like a 12 meter there.
This is JCF Unit 1 leader. We're starting our push towards the helipad.
But yeah, very much a video idea of just, yeah, talking about let people use the best that they have. And
Communications.
because I'm also very much, of course, in my explanations, I go for this is the best choice. But that doesn't, if you don't have that best choice, then
We need immediate extraction.
you need to just grab the best thing that you have. That's more important than trying to go for, because yeah, a lot of players will grab FAMAS, and although that's of course also kind of in the text of stats over, get the right stats over having high stats, because yeah, just having a build that isn't maxed out on crit chance, crit damage is better than if you got a piece that is crit damage and maxed out crit damage and health or something. Then yeah, it's better to just have halfway crit chance, halfway crit damage than that other piece. And also to let people just, you know, mess around. Like I've played dozens of hours with a chameleon. I've played like not dozens, but I've played several hours with a Liberty. I've played several hours with a Bighorn, and that's the reason I know about them and how they work. And that's more to say that you should let others also figure that out. Just let them play it and see how they feel about it, because sometimes they gel well with it. For instance, I think more than some people, I actually enjoy playing with Pestilence, especially just trying to min-max towards its talents, basically. Gonna get disrupted here, but also everything else is, and everything's red and purple, so let's me close the range.
System restored.
Unit 1 leader, have you reached the objective?
We have it in sight, but we're encountering heavy resistance.
Are you going to be able to lock down that helipad?
We're working on it.
And yeah, so yeah, in Division 1, I do feel like, yeah, people shared more. Also, people stuck around at the end a little bit more. Here, people bug out a lot.
HG element approaching your position.
Copy that.
Also, gear was, of course, a lot harder to get there as well.
Who else would I be talking to? Gaddy?
More harder, yeah, I mean, we have targeted system now and stuff, so. And also, well, gear was also a lot. For instance, yeah, weapons had 3 talents and stuff that you had to go for, so it was a lot more unlikely that you got exactly what you were after, especially without targeted as well. You just got full
They
random.
must be cutting through the bunker. There's an entrance just ahead.
It's actually crazy to me that we were okay with that system back then, basically. Oh, and the mods, the weapon mods. Yeah. That's something I do kind of miss, because that was kind of like an infinite grind anyway. But also, I don't really miss it. It was such a hassle to try to find mods for every basically weapon type in the ways that you wanted them. And it was mostly also just watching vendors, which
Operator is down. Operator down.
it's gonna kill that mini tank outright, because it'll annoy me otherwise. Where's that grenadier? Oh, that was a mid-range kill. Yeah, these boxes were a little bit in the way of where I actually wanted to set up. But we got him down. Yeah, and exactly, Chameleon for starting out is actually a really good weapon, and people disparaging it as much as they do is counterproductive. It's not a F tier. It is very much a solid B, basically. But a solid B is better than, like, if they only have a FAMAS with magazine size and Ranger on it.
Door's still open. It's closing now, sir. Door sealed.
Shit, no way you're getting through there. You're gonna have to take the long way around. Divert southeast around the ridge.
Also, mechanically, Chameleon isn't that hard, but it's still like you can min-max towards it. Try to play towards its strength and try to get the most out of it. Going for headshots a little bit, going for leg shots even a little bit. Trying to get moments where you have all 3 buffs.
System reactivated.
Broke the chest. My aim was so bad. Yeah, seeing... I really should have taken close and personal. I'll go get this chest again as well.
Heavy losses. Is the helipad locked down?
Let's get everything looted, and then in the second run I can
We can't let
not
Ellis get away.
skip looting. I'm actually, I was hoping I had actually taken a note of the range that he said that this mission is, because yeah, I mean, here, I mean, he was talking about in red builds, of course, but I'm pretty certain that I've already like gone under the ranges that he had there, because likely like here, because I don't want to push all the way into them is the only reason I'm not going all the way there, because the next wave spawns over there. So these are like the only like mid-range fights I'll really take.
UAV active in the AO.
Didn't see a drone controller at all actually in that wave, but it was a mini tank. So much nicer to take care of that dog, like not being on a red. Just
System curtailed. System restored.
Can't take much more.
I miss fast hands so much, but I'll get through it. Because every time I'm expecting my reload to be a lot faster than than it ends up being. Ravenous is, you need to play it towards its mechanic, which yeah, it's just, I mean, there are places where it definitely gets used. Like it does make several things possible. For instance, especially for the Morozova fight, the IH4, Iron Horse Boss 4.
Still overtake Ellis.
It's basically a given that somebody will use Ravenous because you use it to stagger her out of a mechanic, as she does. And basically the tank that is dedicated to keeping her busy is going to use it. And even, for instance, there are cheesy ways of dealing with Razorback. With that, some people do. There you also I mean, there are different ways. I don't think most of the people don't use that method anymore. That mini tank is actually gonna hurt. I'll actually take the second here to heal because that guy's not shooting me.
Back in the fight.
And once I have my shield back, it's easy. I should kill that mini tank because it'll stay active for quite a while otherwise. Because yeah, it'll stay active until I basically kill everything, yeah. Because we won't go out of combat in between these two waves because the next wave's already spawned and coming. But also, yeah, for Razorback gets used. But also, actually, it is a good rifle against especially dogs and heavies. A lot of good players use it as their secondary alongside of a good AR, especially if they're running together with Eclipse or something where they don't feel the need to have a Scorpio as a secondary, because a lot of people also, of course, grab Scorpio. But it's not outclassed really by any other options. But mostly a lot of people don't have it, first off. Still, the player base, the level of, or the amount of players from the player base that have done the raids is likely single digits in percentages.
We're gonna lose him.
And even likely low single digits. And that means that, yeah, they don't have it. And the ones that do, yeah. Also, you can't, for instance, shields are popular, of course, and you with a shield, you can't swap shoulders and use its main mechanic. Also, just doing that shield, like trying to min-max towards it, is actually going for more hassle than most people. Like, you could just shoot them with a FAMAS and they'll die. much further in here than I ever usually go. But also, I just don't even remember what was over here, so yeah, having a look.
System disrupted.
Last one's over here somewhere.
System back online.
Yeah, and I mean, that's always going to be the case with a lot of games. Also, there's basically, you always have to remember as well, there's like a 60% maybe of the player base that is invisible, basically, that are all completely solo players. They won't even likely go into shared areas except when they're like fast traveling through White House or through safe houses or something. Like, there's a huge contingent of that. But all of the raids and such are a lot easier than, depending on which parts of the community you hang out in, are a lot more doable than a lot of people believe.
I'll grant you that. I've been looking forward to a straight-up fight with one of you fuckers. Don't disappoint me.
And yeah, on all platforms, there's also dedicated groups that help with that kind of stuff. If you are interested, or just joining a clan is usually the solution as well. Just because I don't want to put my back to that dog, I'm just going to kill this guy from the front. Sit, boy. Thank you. Actually, you know what? I'll do 0 meters. Just to have that on the spreadsheet as well.
Getting Ellis was always a long shot. Black Tusk.
So yeah, there I felt like I am actually kind of curious, like what's going to be the average out of that session, because I feel that it's likely. I have 3 med packs still, so I'll just do the second run with just the 3 med packs, because I want to do one more with Striker, and that's going to be like the final capture one of that one, and then I'll go do other stuffs. Yeah, the raids are, to go back to that, the raids are very much doable. They're, both of them are well understood, and the strikers and a lot of teams that just, I mean, stuff like GC Rock, where you can even just join them and they'll basically carry you through, and not even, so they have people that, or runs where they teach people, and there's runs where they just carry people. So if you just only are interested in just getting the exotics, they'll even like just carry you through. They have teams that can easily carry one person through, because especially for dark hours, you can easily, if 4 people know what they're doing, you can carry 4 if they're good. If those other players are also like decent players, but they don't know mechanics, and especially if you do 7, you can basically carry dead weight on one. We have literally taken sometimes players that were AFK for some of the fights just to end even.
Intercepting enemy communications.
And nowadays especially, so a lot of the parts of it were DPS checks, and that is made easier when competent players are... oh, this is a fast dance.
Unit 2, what's your status?
So yeah, I need to restart after this one.
Set charges on the bridge. They weren't taking chances. We gotta press on. You're headed for a small dam just
because I grabbed the wrong weapon. I need this to be the ranger weapon, because I'm trying to get range footage, or footage of the ranges that kills happen at, for an upcoming video. Yeah, of course puts me here. I need to just reset the mission. I keep forgetting that it does checkpointing like that, because it doesn't do that in groups, of course. If you just fast travel to the mission marker, you'll just travel there because the rest of the group is still there. But, just... difficulty? Hello? There we go. Just resetting the difficulty will reset the mission. Did I actually do the right weapon? I did.
which they're about to get.
I'm a chest striker, right? Yeah. Or obliterate striker, yeah.
Intercepting enemy communications.
Multiple hostiles on the main road. Approaching the bridge.
Because I'm going through the raids the first few times, it's can feel a little bit scary, of course, and stuff. I mean, but we've all, like, a lot of people have gone before you and survived, and you just have to keep that in mind. That's basically how I went in it, because I didn't start raiding until like a few months after they were out. It's the first time I really got into a clan and really got going. I'm forgetting what build I am. This is no tech tank. I want to just go over here and stack on that dog, but I was also just. Yeah, as I said earlier, I'm happy that there's not many grenade dogs, and that's the reason especially, because yeah, they just chip away at you way harder than most of the other ones, at least at me. Because yeah, I still had a shield as well, I should have just used that and got it from there. Yeah, first times going through the raid where, you know, I didn't know anything and was helped out by players that I'm still friends with to this day. Even though most of them don't play Division anymore, they'll pop in for seasons and stuff. I've looted everything already. Just go. Just go for the end of it. End this stuff. I'm focusing a little bit on the ranges as well, and that's taking away a lot of my mental capability, so it's tiring me out very quickly. Which is also completely unneeded, of course, because I'm gonna go through the footage and get all those ranges as data points anyway. Also, this character has a rock and roll, so I couldn't even recalibrate it if I wanted it, but I'll just take the hit. I'll just take guesses for those. The difference in melting of yellows between an obliterate and between an obliterate high-end red and a striker is yeah, still something something fierce. And actually for those ACS I can just use the Coyote to be a representation of just like it's at least under 15 meters and go like that. Hive isn't back yet, so I shouldn't overdo it. Actually, you know what? I'll play it mostly with the FAMAs. Attack with that. Uh-oh. That's gonna be on target. Hey, I fell back once. Well, I'm gonna push right back in.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Let's not die.
That agent is back up.
Oh, that was from the run, of course, with the memento. I saw the memento drop there. I was like, wait, why do I have a memento equipped? But that's still laying there from the last run.
Are you going to be able to lock down that helipad?
We're working on it.
Yeah, this kind of stuff is very much sometimes for testing purposes. You just need to run stuff a lot of times over and over, and
Copy that. We gotta move, Chief. Are you talking to me?
hope that your methodology holds up a little bit.
This is Galveston. Chicken Hawk is on the move. Finally. Chicken Hawk? Fuck yourself. Where are we going? Into the tunnel.
Just gonna run it as a FAMAS one.
They must be cutting
Just
through the bunker.
not stacked with ACS.
You should still be able to catch them.
Just to, because yeah, that's likely like the mid-range. Yeah, the highest, like that was 29 meters. I mean, it's also at the edge of optimal for the FAMAS, so I'm still fine with that. But yeah, basically at that point, I'm also giving up damage through the coyote. I'm just gonna go through his chest on this end, just because I kind of want to see how that goes. Okay, it is 2 max. Yeah, I have plenty of LVOCs. So that one gets deconstructed. Although I do like the higher fire rates rifles from time to time, but you need to really be tryharding to. At least I really need to be tryharding to be willing to run them. Which, I mean, sometimes does happen, but especially now with strike. So in the past, it used to be, especially the ACR SS together with a glass red, on a player that could keep it at, because yeah, you basically need to continuously. Actually, I'm about to say 7, but I don't think it is 7. Let me actually. Is it 7? It is 7. You have to, because yeah, that's 420 RPM that it has. At least I believe it is 420 RPM that it has, divided by 60 for seconds, and then you get RPS, basically, rounds per second. And that is basically the amount of times you need to click then for a rifle, if it's a rifle. So you need to click 7 times a second, which not everybody is willing to do for long. Although 7 times a second is not that much. Like those, like when you're button mashing or stuff, it's easy to get into like 10s. People that can mash really hard, like reach 15, 16 easily, and like speedrunners that have mashing part of their speedrun will sometimes even reach up to 20s. I am just gonna kill that mini tank because I don't want to get hit in the back by it. Hoping that flashbang, yeah, was out of range. Trying to see where the dog is, because yeah, that one's of course dangerous. There it is. Okay, this guy will not blow myself up. Just gonna check if I looted this as well. Yeah, just making sure.
Ghostlight, where are you, buddy? On approach. Couple of lights.
I also really need to
Stand by for a few. We're taking our sweet time.
keep drinking.
Sounds like you can still overtake Ellis. Unit 1 leader, do you have eyes on Ellis?
This is like a beautiful vista. I mean, of course,
Shit!
it's made to be a beautiful vista as well. Gonna attempt it with a foam grenade as well. Just gonna wait for that thing to come a little bit back and just then unload. Got 1 maggot anyway. Yeah, these memento stacks here just every time makes my brain go like, wait, why is there a memento here? Why am I getting mementos? Even that was 30 meters. Like, that even felt longer than that, but that was 30 meters. I wasn't even the kill.
Immediate medical assistance.
Hello, sir? You're behind the tree. How did you... Like, I was standing here.
System disrupted.
How did he shoot me? Although, actually, likely what actually happened there was just... You can kind of do that as well sometimes. is you likely had the tip of it inside of the tree, in the same way that like you can shoot through armor plates by sticking your weapon inside of them.
Vital signs critical.
I hadn't seen that mini tank, and that's very dangerous. I have a hive. I mean, at worst case, I go down and get picked up by hive. But I want to have my hive especially for the boss fight. Like the boss is one of the ones that can maybe kill me.
Stand by, LZ. We're almost to you. You should have eyes on us in a minute here.
Especially now that I'm not running with the decoy.
We're gonna lose him.
And even there, I could have closed even more if I really wanted to skew the data in my favor. Reloaded one shot too early.
Trying to hook around. Hit him!
There's a dog, but I don't know what yet, so chose not to fire. Oh, yeah, he's gonna stagger everything over there, making it nice and easy. I don't need ammo here, so I'll just rush right in. Actually, yeah, I'll again, yeah, not use the ACS to stack with, which do as I say, not as I do, if you ever...
No, god damn it!
Just for testing purposes. There, I didn't even chain him. I was confident enough that I could kill him before he would... before he could even get really on target. I lost that mini tank somewhere. Next kill will spawn the boss. I'm halfway stacked. Ah, he really does burn through you. But I have a hive. I wanted to get really close, stick my weapon basically in his face and headshot him down. But there was also something shooting me back. I shouldn't have been that aggressive. And the worst, if I really even wanted to, I have that ACS with shock rounds. Like I can force this to be over, and I will actually do that because the other guys are coming, and let's not die. Once he is dead, that pulse doesn't do anything anymore. Once the owner is dead, even though it's still doing that pulsing effect.
Hostile civilian target.
Well, oh. This is, I couldn't see what the origination point of those rounds were, but that's because yeah, he was firing through the grass. Basically, they're making it quite hard to see the flash. And I have a shield here, so I'll just close the distance.
Black Tusk specializes in dealing with situations like this, but the site is under our control. We didn't give the enemy time to clean up after themselves.
Speaking about the ACRSS earlier. But yeah, this one's not worth keeping. Bad talent, bad third. Do I want to do... Yeah, not really. I'm fine with that footage. Likely. Like, that didn't feel like... I mean, I was closing actually a little bit too much. I was playing more aggressive than I mean, actually, no, as well. Like, that was about the way I would play it with a striker. Because the striker has more damage, it lets me be more aggressive. So... let's wash this dirt of Ranger off this FAMAS. And I shall pet it to sleep tonight to console it. Same for this Mark 16. And that's the usefulness of having a retalentable. Although, of course, for most players, you stick to one or two talents that you like. In this case, me for testing purposes there, having Ranger on it for showing the range was useful. I'm gonna, you know what, I'm gonna hang on to this one. So yeah, I feel that I got all of the footage there that I need for that video. We did 3 runs, or 4 runs with the high-end red. 1 failed, the initial one. And I'm fine with even saying that in the video. Like, I've died once, that's fine.
Thanks for the deal.
Happens from time to time. And then 1 run with the tech tank, which basically put the weapon inside of bodies, making a few zeros pop up likely. And a run with Striker, which also likely was shorter range than the high-end red, just because it has more damage. So I'm gonna jump into a challenging countdown, continue the farm, and do that for a little bit, and maybe even move on. It's also on a zone today, so I might actually do a few countdowns and then go farm that zone with the global event active, with a few directives, and just. Although the global event, especially, I really much more enjoy it with groups. So having instead of just trying to brute force your way to do it with damage, doing it with having an explosive build in the group with 3 reds, stuff like that. But I believe so I could open matchmake maybe towards it, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, gonna go in with the first run with a full with the obliterate striker, as it was with the showcase, with a level 23 or expertise grade 23 FAMAS as well. Although of course I could actually run this with St. Elmo's as well.
Communication relay.
But I'm not. Quite simply. And I'm hoping to get that closer eventually after all these runs, because I do want to actually rework the Redify on this account to be in the same way as the other one. So I do also want to farm that maybe for a few runs, and I even might do that. Even here, I'll stick to UZ for now. We'll have the close range buff in a little bit, so they'll. Oh, he's closing the distance. Which is rare for him to do. But yeah, I'll foam him. But yeah, that's usually the optimal range that you should be using shotguns at, which that player was doing really well. Why did the other two go the inside route? Oh, and the other team is joining up with us by having gone left there, which, yeah, awesome. They have likely pulled both hunters over there. Yeah, there's one loot stack and there's one. It's a weird choice to go this way because yeah, you're then skipping that directive, but they chose to. Yeah, we gathered both teams together now, and we're just gonna. And this also, it's an challenging one. It's not a heroic one. There we get close range buff. Why is the team? Where's the other hunter over here? You might as well come and get it. And yeah, shooting at people is usually the easiest way to get their attention. In video games. Important addition. In video games, it's a good way to get people's attention. I mean, in real life, it is also a good way to get people's attention, but it is not a recommended way of getting people's attention.
You're in.
They were going towards laboratory. Why were they even going over there? Yeah. That would have been VIP, which, yeah, no. Especially since reactor is right here. Just looking through the skill selection there. A little bit of red builds likely running stuff for their proficiencies. Got the chest right away as well. They're spawning up there. I'll actually wait down here till they jumped on top of me. Well, one last one. Sure, I'm gonna swap to a pulse. I don't need this shield. I might rather have a pulse, just showing me where all the enemies are, where they're facing, what their hopes and dreams are.
Target detected.
Banshee incoming. Gonna go for a backpack on that cleaner heavy. At the very least, it'll CC him for a bit.
Hostile neutralized. High-risk target approaching.
Circle. Oh, jump down. We have an ongoing directive with us as well. We're gonna bleed rounds. Saw the mark as well a few times. I'm gonna go close this distance and just ACS this guy in the face.
Area secure.
And yeah, this is a very decent team. Also, we have close range buff, which that too. But yeah, just them also, yeah. Linking up together with us. Yeah, actually that works out. Cooling tower, and then we can go left to right on it, and then go containment to do the final one. As the hunt for the crit chance, crit damage closer gets ever closer to its final, I hope. To its prophesized end.
Shade tech detected.
Yeah, I need a FI glove with crit damage on it to reroll as well later on. But I could craft that as actually no, I can't craft it that much because the FI pieces, to craft them you're required to have the wait, what happened? Oh, they were okay, they went the long way around. For a second I'd lost all my teammates. Like,
Rogue sniper turret.
why am I alone here?
Hostile sniper turret detected.
They're going that. Oh, actually, they got both.
Rogue assault turret detected.
I was indecisive there to which side I wanted to go to because both sides seemed pretty heavily covered. But I'll go this side because one of the chests is here. So, and turns out to be the chest.
Incinerator turret detected.
Also, in the yesterday's run, at one point, but I didn't bring it up in the run because I was like, if that was the one, that would have sucked. I was deconstructing a pile of items from Hunter Drop, and there was of course 2 names and then 2 targeted alongside of it, and I was of course expecting the targeted to just be normal items, but just for a brief second I saw that it was yellow, of it being a name, but I didn't see if it was a setup or a closer. I was pretty much like, I saw it in the corner of my eye. I wasn't sure as well, so I didn't bring it up there. But yeah, I had just deconstructed that pile like right away. I was like, oh man, if that was it, that would have sucked. But luckily, I went back into the footage and just caught the frame of it, and it was a closer with 2 blue attributes. So yeah, it was a closer, but yeah, not the one, not a useful one. So, but yeah, that was a. I was like, did anybody else catch it? But yeah, it was like milliseconds. Because yeah, I was still showing targeted loot, and then just at the same second that I deconstructed it, it went
Agent, you've reached the way.
it showed the yellow name.
To secure the radioactive material to override the lockdown protocols.
And I've definitely deconstructed items that I've been after. Through the years of just like, you're farming really into the late hours sometimes. Or you're talking to people on Discord and you're not paying attention, and then just the exact item you're after you deconstruct. I'm gonna go after the actual main objective.
That should be the source of the leak. Now we just need
Oh, actually somebody killed it really quickly, which is nice. That's the chest. It's closed. But here is loot.
High-risk target approaching.
Yeah, we've got a good team, making good time on this. I'm having first world problems of stuff is dying way too fast. I can't stack. Which is a good problem to have, because that means stuff is dying. Which is not always the case. Yeah, my allies are killing those things pretty quickly, so I see the lock counts going up, so they're doing it already, so.
Great work. Now just seal that bunker and stop exposing your
I
team
can just
to
go loot.
not so low doses of radiation.
Radiation detected at acceptable level. High-risk target approaching.
That's a setup, although all blue, so not even.
Nice. The plant's
I'm gonna grab the chest, and we have extraction. Just gonna check where it is. Alright, it's across, but
shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
but this team should be fine with it. Also, actually, going back to that last chat message there with missing the raid exotics, I still need to actually find other clips of people getting eagle bearers and such, because I'm still unsure what their sourcing is in the DZ. Because of course in raids they come from specific source, basically, meaning that you can't target for them. Of course, there's no targeted in the raids and stuff, but
get on that helo.
curious to see if they're actually in the targeted pool of the DZs or if they're just from specific source from names at the end. Of names at like bosses. And basically if they've dropped on the floor and they're not the targeted and they're basically next to a targeted or just by themselves without the targeted marker, that can show that. Because yeah, while data mining is usually also shows a lot of the like where's like the sourcing for a lot of stuff and percentages especially. Most of it is actually still done just by yeah, just checking when it drops what it's coming from.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres.
Something's getting hacked, but it's a healing drone.
Fixer drone detected.
Came from a 5K? No, came from a 1K. Yeah, I'm not ACS stacking here just because I didn't want to close that distance. And even stacking just with the FAMAS. I got to 70-ish stacks there, I feel. Yeah, close range buff is quite strong. I'm just waiting on more choppers. Take a quick sip. See if we can kill the heavy before he... Yeah, no. His toes touched the ground, so mission failed. We're going home. But yeah, even his loot pile is like in the air. Even though his toes did touch the ground. You would think like when they see this pile of bodies on the floor, they go like, maybe, just maybe we should not jump down here. Have a democratic vote and say like, let's go somewhere over else, somewhere over there. So we got one more chopper. Because yeah, the one after that is gonna be way too late otherwise. Although yeah, no, it will be too late.
Let's get you home.
Yeah, timer's starting already, right? And then... yeah, that thing's not even in sight. Off we go.
You did a great thing today, Agent. We take electricity for granted, but...
I missed one of the hunters drops. Oh. Saw 140 there, briefly.
Safe.
Likely didn't pay attention at the... yeah, the extraction I would definitely have seen it because it was loot. Oh, that's that's the wrong inventory. As yeah, it is not late, but it is starting to get late. That's another white dead that I maybe could use.
Nice doing
Though I think I've several. Enough, basically. But I'll still throw it in the stash and check. I used one recently, of course. Well, recently, a while back, for the determined build with the hotshot. So I have one. I had one at the ready to get optimized if I needed one again. This one is slightly better, so I'll do that. And I have a health damage one for testing purposes. Although that one needs to get re-talented as well. Both of them really do need to get re-talented. But also, yeah, I'm not a sniper. Sniping is not really my thing.
Best gear in the city. I've got it right here.
So we did this run with this striker. I'm gonna see actually what this character are. First, I'm gonna. We don't. Oh, we had barely any requisitions last night then, because yeah, we had very few there. I'm gonna be sure to put that weapon away, the FAMAS, because I likely will not use it in a coming build, and well, actually. Well, I mean, I definitely want to do a run with the PFE because those are fun. And this backfire as well could kind of... This is a different backfire. This is one designed to be fully hazard immune. The build is more designed to be full hazard immune, and that makes the backfire kind of make sense, almost, but not really. But yeah, I don't feel like running a 4 blue build through there. So this is actually one of the least used tech tanks, which is it wasn't even in the master class. That's how little I use this one, which is the Hunter's Fury, because Hunter's Fury I feel works better without it being a tech tank. Really, it works better just as a with firewall, with the striker shield, with just a normal hive, with memento together with even intimidate sometimes, or just obliterate as it is here. So yeah, not everything makes sense with tech tanks. Because yeah, she's also a lot of skill builds, so those are not going to work, and focus aces, which also isn't going to work. I'll run a Gen 3 obliterate. Yeah, let's do that. We'll run a Gen 3 obliterate. And it's a high-end red, basically. And I'll do another, and just want to see, I mean, depends on if we get the short range buff. I kind of want to feel the damage difference between a obliterate high-end red and a obliterate striker red. Kind of felt it a little bit with running that mission with both a high-end red and a striker's red afterwards. Because yeah, this one as well is a decent build. And I really need to make... So I did a build showcase, of course, on glass reds, but I really need to do a build showcase of maybe just high-end obliterate reds. Because yeah, the second you drop glass, you have basically different setups that start making sense, like removing Providence out of the equation. Providence is only really there just to provide perfect glass. So without glass, you can just go... what most people do is, yeah, Fox, Coyote, or Fox, Contractors, Coyote, and then Seska, Grupo, Fenris. 2 of those are locked to slots, of course, and then 3 aren't. Also, I've never seen it with a black background, this loading screen. This is always like the background with just the stars and stuff. And also a very long load. Somebody crashed, likely loading in.
Cleaners have infiltrated the power plant. They triggered a lockdown. I'd rather not have their slash and burn tactics anywhere near a nuclear reactor. We need to remove the virus from the control servers and restore comms.
Reactor unstable.
Yeah, and as I was saying, yeah, I need to make a video on...
15 minutes.
I mean, it'll likely be a build showcase with just high-end obliterate reds. But especially, so me and a few others have a system of, like, we call them... It's also in the build showcase, in the build collection, it's like that. They're labeled Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3. And that one always brings up a lot of questions of, like, what do you mean Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3? Or what does this Gen 3 mean and stuff like that. And it is actually pretty simple. Is that the Gen 1s are all based around Providence, so to having Providence in there, even when running Obliterate or Spotter or Unbreakable even. And then the Gen 2s are basically without going Providence, so that other route of going basically the 3 damage brands together with Coyote, Contractors, and Fox. And then Gen 3 is also giving up basically Contractors and stuff, and a Seska. So Gen 3 is basically just giving up Seska was that big of a swap or a difference in thinking that it caused the entire new generation basically for us. Because yeah, I had to be convinced of it as well. But it's basically set up to land at 55 crit chance. With using either a Contractors and an improvised or using 2 improvised. And that's of course like basically bleeding off as much crit chance to make Coyotes be in its sweet spot for short and mid range. And the improvised pieces, so I'm running 2 improvised here, they make up a little bit for the damage loss you would have from going that route, because you basically only get 12, of course, from mods instead of 15 from Grupo or Providence. But it's basically the Providence one is more in line to go glass and benefits a little bit from headshots. And then the Gen 2s are very much tied to being contractors and coyotes. And then the Gen 3s aren't tied to being coyotes. Or aren't tied, they are tied to being coyotes and not contractors. So each of them has a bit of a thing that they do. And numbers wise, yeah, it depends on basically what you're fighting. If you're fighting more armored enemies, Gen 2s make more sense. If you're fighting less enemies with armors, which in most missions actually Gen 3s kind of win out. In Countdown here, a Gen 2 would win out because it has a contractor. So although I could just slot in a contractors in here as well. But that messes up a little bit with the crit chance of the build, the crit chance choices of the build. Let me briefly refresh this and bring this tab up before I forget to do so. I'm just following everyone. We're not going to lab right here. Just to make sure. As the hunt for this closer still continues. How close are we? We do not know. Actually, lab is hostiles. We could do lab.
You're in. We need to
Actually, yeah, we should do lab. Although War Hunt, that cooling is also pretty fast, but actually, this will be much longer. This is hostiles. This isn't. Yeah. Especially with laboratory, which has spawn points just all across it. Just. There's someone else with a pulse that is also pulsing, so they're doing well. Also, just the TKB is nice, especially short range, but mid range actually I quite enjoy G36s, especially if they're not fast hands. The G36 has a pretty fast reload compared to most of the other weapons. So it still keeps a sustain up without fast hands. I'm letting it, because I actually don't really like carbine 7s and M4s with damage talents without fast hands. To me, those ones really, well, I mean, except for Flatline making up a ton of damage, and then M4 is really the best choice for it. Really, I feel. Although a G36 is close to being a second choice when it comes to that. But yeah, I feel a lot of people forget about G36s being mid tiers that especially kind of still make sense if you're not using fast hands. Because especially I feel the recommendation with Carbine 7 being a really recommended weapon. I mean, I've done that as well, but I usually, yeah, Carbine 7 to me is very much a fit for fast hands. It has one of the slowest reloads and therefore benefits the most from fast hands. That's really where I feel that recommendation comes from.
Agent, head to the administration.
Also, yeah, as we're reaching later into the evening, I am completely forgetting to be awake and look for the chest. Although I think we looted it here, maybe. Nope, because that one is closed, so it'll be over there. And seeing as, yeah, as I ran out of SHD calibrations earlier, trying to whatever item I was optimizing at that point, or expertise grading at that point, I very much want to fill those up as much as I can with farming instead of points. Also, actually, does this character have this character has styles. Yeah. This character has 500 points that I'm willing to spend. Well, actually, I'm willing to spend all the points if I have to for something useful. But I usually try to keep a reserve because sometimes I have one of those ideas of like, oh, I want to do this build, and then I want to have something saved up so I can just optimize and just get to that point and just get that build into practice and mess around with it. I was gonna drop that pulse, I remember now. Actually, you know what? I am actually a sharpshooter for some reason. Well, actually, with this build, I do know what the reason is. It's to help with the stability on the TKB, to main the TKB. But that gives me the spotting drone. And actually, that's quite useful for here. Basically, I'll put it in the middle there. It'll spot everything coming out. I have trust issues about people staying in there, so I'm moving over there. And if they get out, I'll get in. I'll go for the chest first because so it's underneath the balcony because the other two spots weren't it. I'll go help back here because he might struggle with multiple enemies. Yeah, that spotting drone needs to have somewhat of a line of sight. Usually when stuff spawns in, it triggers them and you just do see where they are. You at least have the chevrons above the head, but usually to have it apply the spotting effect, it usually needs to have line of sight. But line of sight is very wonky in this game, as they've gotten both of the objectives going right away. I'm happy. Because yeah, I was really looking of like, okay, I need to disengage now and go get the objectives, but they're letting me be nice and lazy, and they have my thanks for that. But yeah, it's nice to have a lingering skill like that, and that's actually one of the things I do like Sharpshooter for. I'm gonna assume that the two people that got those things that fast are staying there and getting them as well, and I'll go for this one. Although someone else is also going for it. I am enjoying this team quite a bit. Which is nice and refreshing. But yeah, of course, that run with the striker had close range buff, but control room. I saw the bar stop moving. I'll go get it.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lock down.
And we shall be very zen about it. Do they spawn in here? No.
System rebooted. Communications restored.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point.
Where's extraction?
Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare.
Go get the loot downstairs because we'll be moving past the control room anyway. Going towards there. Yeah. Didn't see a named chevron so far in this run, so unlikely to get it. And also usually during this rogue fight, although the jammer usually destroys it pretty quickly, something like the spotting drone can actually be deployed during the hunters fight, because if they hack it, they spot us, and that does something. Nope. So some skills like that can actually, because yeah, on a technical sense, when they hack it, it reveals our position. So when you have those moments of enemies shooting at your previous location, those won't happen. But of course, also those wouldn't happen anyway because everybody's engaging really hard. But I won't do it just to, there's a few low-level players, and they might not understand that. I might get yelled at. Just run through that dead balls, I'll take one tick. But yeah, after that thing yesterday, I'm going to just loot all of the pals of the hunters. Oh, that's not a friendly. I was like, oh, there's a friendly standing next to me.
System curtailed. Agent down.
And one of the other things that survivalists get, or sharpshooter gets that are really good, are its grenades. Like that's really the two big things that really just make it work well in red builds.
System restored.
Just gonna hive towards him and jump into it in case they leave it. Ah, no, they're, yeah. That did cost me my hive, of course, but that's
Hero is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal tourists.
Man, that damage difference between a between a striker and a high end, it's a little silly. It's like this build doesn't feel weak. It really doesn't. It's with a TKB. It is like really good output. You do have to like deal with the TKB, and it's jumping around thing. But yeah, sharpshooter is helping with that a little bit with 20 extra stability. Is it 20 or is it 15? Actually, I don't. But yeah, more. Oh, sorry. It blew up my allies a little bit there. Because yeah, all of the specializations really do have something to offer to a red build.
Helo inbound.
Or to AR red build especially. Well, everything except Firewall really. Well, even Firewall is useful for that striker shield, but that is a little bit more situational. But especially for instances where you're running together with Eclipse and you know you can close the distance easily because everything's CC'd. Yeah, even then.
Let's get you home, Agent.
Both choppers should arrive at the same time, so we should be able to get one more. If my team stays. I should deploy this as well, at least. Because I feel that especially a lot of people just push people to go gunner with any red build. And it's better usually to just have a variation in the team. Just to have the other group bonuses going. Although all the gunners together will provide each other ammo, so they do, at least that one stacks, kind of. But yeah, if you're having multiple firewalls, or for instance, and they're overlapping their damage bonuses, it's just one damage bonus. But yeah, having demolitionists provide 5 damage to targets out of cover to the team, or having survivalists provide status effect damage to the team. Even without an Eclipse, even just with a red build, just that players hitting weak points, player hitting world hazards and stuff. You put a ton of hazard or status effects on enemies quite often. Let's see if we got anything useful. Nah. But at the very least, we got one more exotic cache. One more chance at the St. Elmo's, or one more. Also, actually, I just now actually realized that, of course, that this thing also has a sell tab. I just don't see it as a vendor. I almost see it as just a delivery box. But I could just, instead of, I always run back to the other vendor to just deconstruct the exotic that, or just sort through the exotics that I have, but you can just do it there. That is the one thing I at least, at the very least, that I will have learned today. So having ran this Gen 3 style high-end red, and this is actually the build also that I want to have that, because for the PFE it wouldn't really matter if it was a blue core closer, but I especially want to have it for this build as well, because it could replace this Grupo, making this a spotter build, and then the Grupo can go to a next slot. And the closer really is basically equivalent to like having a Fenris piece or a Grupo piece, but it is a little bit better than an improvised piece with a crit damage mod, because of course those are just 12% instead of the 15% or 10%. And 15% crit damage, which is diminished a lot more, or 10 weapon damage, which is not diminished to that same level. So yeah, that's really what that closer is mostly for. But then I want to basically also then split duty with it for having it be in this PFE build, which I usually do want to do, is to a piece show up in multiple loadouts. That usually saves on inventory space. So yeah, I'll grab a PFE next. I did 2 high damage reds, one a lot more higher damage than the other one. But now we'll take a high-end PFE into challenging countdown, which is pretty easy. But yeah, I'm after a closer, so farming is better done on challenging than on heroic. So
Another agent is now in your group.
I'm gonna leave group, because usually when it like is making a group like that and isn't filling it up right away, then it is basically a bugged group often. Or it just might be that it's taking forever to go into another regions, because yeah, it's starting to get late where I am, and
Agent has joined your group.
while it is I was going to say about Friday, but actually we've gone over the day boundary. So. But it's Thursday, of course, Thursday night, and or actually I'd filling up a fresh one. Mostly just trying to figure out, because he has 2 status effect rolls, but I'm trying to figure out what the status effect is that he has. But also he's actually level 64. He's fine. Also, I'm not going to kick anybody or anything. It's challenging. 2 good builds can... 1 good build can carry it. 2 good builds can make it even easy.
Another agent is
That's a good-looking Elmo version, and I'll start it right away. Oh, we have a red-ish FI. That's a... I mean, missing the chest is already a bad choice. I'm trying to think of like ninja bike. Yeah, I mean, it's giving up a ton of damage with the ninja bike, especially trying to go red. Although it wasn't going full red, so it's like a halfway point then maybe for the skill tier and the blue core. But I'd much rather, I've done a build showcase on the way I would do it.
Cleaners have infiltrated the power plant. They triggered a lockdown. I'd rather not have their slash and...
But that's also one of the reasons I quite often inspect people is, you do get sometimes ideas. I mean, some of the builds that, styles that I run as well, I mean, have come from just inspecting other people. Maybe not even that they were running the exact build as it ended up. But
15 minutes
it gave the idea. It gave the, it made something go click. Also, I feel like that's a player shot at me, thinking that I was going for like the wrong way. But yeah, there I always... Where's this fixer go? Which blade did that come from? 140, I think. also funny to see how paranoid at this point I am about seeing that skill hack happening. Interesting. Curious to see. That ally just ran past him. I thought he would get him. He looked on a line to go towards him. I'm actually curious. What is he running? Okay, just a high-end red. Oh, he likely triggered Chameleon. It was surprising to see somebody pull an enemy off or hunter off of me without being in closer proximity. So that means that they were dealing a decent amount of damage, which likely means that they got the trigger from Chameleon to happen, which bumps up the Chameleon damage by a lot. Also, my the raid group thingy is flashing for some reason. It fixed itself. I really should swap to a Scorpio secondary. Because yeah, that's usually how I run this build, even though in its build there it's saved as so yeah, we're not going containment. I'm gonna grab a Scorpio as well. But yeah, sometimes I use those weapon slots for just carrying a weapon that I want to have in the inventory, but I'm never gonna really use. I'll swap it out. I might use it on basically the red builds on this build, on this character. So just spare weapons for that.
Rogue incinerator turret detected.
I'm gonna go over there. See some people entering there, so I'll go over here.
Rogue striker drone detected. Hostile striker drone detected. Rogue sniper turret detected.
Should I actually use my shield more? There's a FI buff in the group. Even though it's without the chest, so it's only 15. But I shouldn't let them chip damage me at all. Because yeah, once I'm chip damaged, so for instance, even there, like literally I'm missing like half of a shot's worth. But yeah, that means that I don't have the FI buff on me at the moment. So I'll stand in this heal a little bit. And yeah, somebody got the chest, which is nice. And yeah, we're going admin. Hoping that whoever's at the head of the train doesn't go cooling tower. But even if they kind of go that route, I'll just type to them. But no, they're aware, and we go. I'm now the head of the snake, so I can just drag them all. Yeah, usually, I mean, it is also the right thing to do is just to lemming after your allies, even if they're going the wrong way, even if they are all going into VIP. It's better to all go into VIP and just deal with it there instead of. But of course, here I'm just gonna lead them away from there, and be the Pied Piper leading leading these guys. Although that implies they're rats. Maybe I shouldn't imply that. But. Because yeah, actually, we did that part really decently fast. We got through the hunters, struggling a little bit. They didn't have the top level damage of like if there was all strikers alongside me. But there was a FI, for instance, so there's already a team player.
Excessive magnetic discharge.
See, just. It's making sure it's not a closer, but also didn't have the stats. And one of the things with FI, of course, and also with Vigilance is as long as it's hitting bonus armor. So here I'm running Adrenaline Rush as my backpack talent for proccing Intimidate. which still works for PFE builds especially. It is less useful than it used to be. I mean, it used to also just be basically overpowered. But yeah, of course, it's also saving because they're hitting my bonus armor and not my main armor. Of course, they're not doing chip damage to me, and that's keeping the FI buff up. But also, yeah, for instance, if you had vigilance and you were getting bonus armor from a source, then, for instance, Heartbreaker with vigilance, then also, as long as you're getting hit in bonus armor, it doesn't actually remove vigilance. It's once armor starts getting hit that it removes vigilance. It's one of the minor synergies that Heartbreaker actually has with going red, but Striker just outdoes it by. For a second there, I having ran Strikers for a few runs. I was expecting ACS to come out there, but so I was just holding down the button and then going, wait, why isn't this auto firing? I've gone in the chest already. Just gonna go for the main objective. I'll pop ammo just so everyone behind me also can get it. So I was about to go the wrong way as I'm reading a few Discord messages.
Agent, you've reached the lab. I need you to stabilize the reactor.
Oh, of course, they went that way, which is also a valid way to go. I was just faster than the way that I went, but I was on that side of the building, so Isaac Line put me on that side.
Warning.
But also this works out because I'll be able to get stuff on this side. Yeah, basically all of this stuff is going to be elite, so I'm just going to run through them. So the players seem to be running that circle, so they'll just leave this open, and they're gone. I'm gonna go kill the sniper because she's all the way on my end, and I'm really the only one close enough, so. That was some shooting on my end. in a bad way.
Good. Now, you just need to destroy the magnetic core. You should be fine.
I'm gonna go run this circle and check for the chest. And also go head first into these enemies.
System reactivated.
Yeah, I would have seen that. So yeah, it has to be this one. I would have seen if that chest was. I was passing so close by, I would have glowed up. So.
System disrupted.
As we get the first round done,
System restored.
and I see players going for the second one, so still go. Because there's an enemy there as well. I should use my shield more. It's very much a thing I should do. Because it's a striker shield from Firewall. Increasing damage output. And yeah, if they're willing to stay in there, I'm better off closing the distance.
The facility. 5 minutes to lock down.
Because yeah, with Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush, I need to be close range. It's and also my Coyote setup is really set up for short range.
Risk hostile. System reactivated.
I actually didn't see what exploded there, but yes. Running interference. I'm gonna go this way around for the... because it's gonna be this one, right? Yeah. No, it isn't.
System restored.
Oh, we're done with it. Okay, they've done all 4. Because yeah, the last one is usually this one. I thought we were at that point. I'm just gonna wait for him to pop off his helmet. And then off he goes. What's up these stairs?
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there.
Take the longish way around. Although actually I came from here, right? So
when you're ready, send up a flare.
over there should be cleaned up. And then just basically getting all my loot before I head into the chest. I'll have a look out of the side of that door as well and then move towards extracting. I'm also surprised nowadays at how... So it was about a week ago, I feel, where I crashed twice actually in short, short intervals on countdown. Kind of in the same spot, getting away from the chest or to the chest in the lab there. But actually, I haven't had any other major issues. We've had a few, of course, like it not starting, and a few of it, like resetting the entire team at some point to one of the starting zones, just getting a loading screen. But yeah, they seem to have done quite a good job of reducing the amount of crashes, especially. Also, yeah, just see less people disconnecting, which is good. Stability has been quite a big issue for a long while. Yeah, healed up. Don't give up my FI bonus for no reason. Gonna move across 2 of them just so I'm not putting my shield in between. I'm not shielding him as well from my allies. That's usually why you see me go to the sides like that. Not anything I'm after. That should be a hunter as well, because usually Black Tusk don't go up here.
System back online. Serious trauma detected.
And yeah, even with all that PFE and all my armor, they almost go through you as a PFE. Although I didn't hit health gate when he hit me, I still had a little bit of that before the health gate, so I could have taken another hit from him before. And also we killed all 4 hunters without engaging these guys, which is not something that often happens, but it's nice that it did. I'm just gonna go all the way in the back, proximating everybody, and starting to just basically harass everything here. Not let them set up. Just be in their way. The thing they shoot at the most. And yeah, if you do go PFE as well yourself, that's what I would recommend doing. It's not worth it to just keep yourself alive. You just have to also play to your role. Because otherwise you're just a weaker red build, basically. We also have an Artificer Hive. Okay, I'm curious to see. Oh, he's running Artificer Hive together with the... Okay, that's not... I mean, it's not the worst idea. We'll heal shields, we'll heal skills around people. We'll improve his healing with that other camp. Because yeah, he should be able to just one-tap anybody up the hole, even with a few blue cores. Also, briefly, we want to check if there's any other comments on the benefits of multiple characters video.
Torres is in position.
Also, just my proximity here to the enemy as well. Benefit my team of me just providing 10% extra amp. Because I'm firewall. So even AFK, I'm helping them. That wasn't AFK for long. It's gonna...
Thanks to you, the locals will have heat and lights this winter. Thank you, Agent.
An agent is no longer in your group. An agent has left your group.
Leave the countdown. Briefly fixing something in the background. Or just, well, sending someone something that they need.
Safe area.
Swear an oath that means something.
And let's get OBS back. Yeah, there we go. It's checking that there is no latency on the voice.
For the middle of a crisis.
Which is a weird issue, but I haven't been able to diagnose it all the way. So we did get a setup, skill haste armor regen, not what I'm after. A skill haste repair skill one still, yeah. That one still I'm in the market for.
Thanks for making the deal.
Yeah, all of this can very much go. We're gonna check if I don't have any extra weapons in this character's inventory. So I'm gonna park them and swap to a different character. And I haven't decided yet what I'll do. I think I'll do a few more countdowns. Let's get this closer out of the way, and that's likely the best way to do it. I was thinking of maybe going Summit and maybe also getting some global event in there. I'm just trying to remember. Here I can just that's why the thing exists. I can look in the build collection, see what do I kind of want to run. Actually, yeah, let's grab him, and I'll run a Umbra run. I haven't played Umbra in quite a while, and a full red Umbra with a Fenris backpack with Vigilance and Coyote. Over there. I don't know. It's saved, of course, with a Grouper mask, and then I always have a Coyote. And yeah, this one is very much just a mechanic build. It is very nice for that. It is basically, I quite enjoy those kind of just like, here is a specific mechanic. Go try to min-max towards it. Go try to figure it out. So especially with this, trying to get into cover, even starting and then just starting shooting and then keeping an eye out on that bar. That's a weird thing to have happen there. Wait, did he kick or did he? Okay. Surprised I'm not kicked then. If he's kicking people, I would be very surprised to be kept in the team. Oh, you kicked this guy? Really? You would kick this from challenging countdown? Come on, guy. Come on. This is fine. I mean, it's not great, but he's also, that dude is 141. Like, that's okay. Hell, this is also just like, okay. Especially when he's running, actually no, he's running 3 blue or 3 or 4 blue PFE. With the Elmo.
Nice to see you, Agent.
Kick that, yeah. I mean, the Hunter's Fury is fine for challenging countdown, like. Especially people that curate for, like, I brought it up in, of course, like yesterday's stream where he accidentally actually went into I mean, this is likely the only group that's like rolling at the moment, so I'll just stay, but it's frustrating to see. But yeah, I did bring it up in yesterday thing of like we had a run on Heroic and he was curating a little bit, but on Heroic I can kind of understand, and he wasn't kicking on level, he was kicking only on build. And it very much becomes a thing of like when it's done without being a dick about it, it's less bad if it's only done on builds. Because yeah, for Heroic, but then thing is it's annoying for those people, but it helps the rest of the team. Because yeah, that was one of the more smooth Heroic ones I had in a while. But on challenging, there's no excuse. Like just let's go. Like we'll likely have the close range buff. It doesn't matter. Also, actually, the builds he's kicking are not the level to be kicked. Like he's only kicking here for level. This build is fine. It's a double companion. Like it's a double companion with Lady Death and 4-piece Hunter's Fury. Like that's completely fine. Like yeah, it's not optimal. Lady Death especially isn't really that optimal. But this is just channeling counter.
Communication relay offline.
Agent, outcasts have taken over the power plant. Lockdown procedures have been initiated. Last thing we need is a radioactive green poison.
Gonna move up to the next bottle.
We need to get control of the experimental reactor.
As yeah, well, the incessant heat is gone. It's still hot. Although not so humid, not so...
Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Yeah, they're already going. I mean, the smart thing would be to go left, but... I'm fine. Is the group leader my team? Okay. So he kicked people, but he doesn't know himself to go left when to link up both teams. Oh yeah, I'm playing Umbra. I need to actually use mechanics. The other team is struggling quite. Should grab a Scorpio secondary seconds. Although likely I won't be able to before we... Because also I'm behind here. And maybe we even get to get 400s, although very unlikely. So I need to get in cover. Even there, start firing, and then keep an eye out on the bar. Bar is full. I pop out and start firing even more. Everything's dead right here. I am gonna grab a Scorpio just for the extraction part.
Shade tech detected.
Yeah, we can go reactor, turbine, and whatever the main is. Because those two are really close to each other. I'll go... See a lot of people going the other way, so I'll go this way. He's very much priority target.
Incinerator turret detected.
And yeah, the rate of fire buff and crit damage buff of Umbra is actually pretty good. It's very much just you have to play a mechanic. You're locked to playing that mechanic, and a lot of the, for me as well. I mean, as I maybe showed as well in the runs with on that mission we did, that one, the one we did several dozen of.
Agent down.
Well, not several dozen, but several. Can't white out. I'm pretty much an aggressive player, and also usually And while I do use cover, I usually don't use the cover system to use cover, which is something that a lot of players will do. You just basically
Area secure.
put yourself behind high cover and just peek, and then not use actually the cover system, but just stepping to the left and to the right. But usually that's safer as well. You don't expose yourself completely whenever you're aiming out. And when, yeah, basically pieing the room, which is the common tactic that it gets called as. I'm hoping they don't split. Admin actually makes more sense. I agree with whoever marked that one. And that's because the final is laboratory, so we'll be closer. Especially hostels in admin isn't that bad. Hostels in, for instance, cooling tower can take a while, because it's basically kill several waves. But in this case, it's very much a small place, so. Also, I have Pulse, and I'm running Gunner. I'm considering going Banshee Pulse, rather. But I'll just Pulse for now. Yeah, getting on the cover, looking at the bar, making sure it's full, and then pulling back, and the bird goes live. And then also try to actually aim at stuff and not blow myself up, especially as I almost did there. I'll likely go down here, unless that's healing. Actually, no, it wasn't high level, but it provided me with, you know. Gonna pulse out again. There is a healing mechanic to it as well, but it's basically, it's too slow. It's about 40% of a red build's worth of healing if you're full red. Which, I mean, adds up over time. It can save you maybe a med pack or two during a run, during a mission. But yeah, it's not something you rely on. Yeah, here I'll go into cover again just to get that stack all the way up, and then bird. Actually, for the bird, it might be useful to go a high, go with a FAMAS. So one of the things as well is actually, so I feel that a lot of people have this misconception of higher RPM weapons benefit more from RPM. That's really not the case. All weapons benefit basically the same from RPM, low or high. But of course, if it's providing you with a different mechanic as well, if you're, for instance, obliterate chest, then of course, then yes, because yeah, you're just increasing a high RPM to even be higher. But especially, for instance, here, I don't have anything that relies on RPM.
Agent,
but so it doesn't really matter if it's a low RPM weapon getting that whatever percentage it is. It's basically all the same. But a FAMAS is just more damaging than this Carbine 7, and I don't dislike the Carbine 7, but it's not my favorite. I might try to run a FAMAS. And yeah, again, the reason why that build then has a Carbine 7 saved with it is, you know, I have several red builds on it. One of them already is saved with the FAMAS. I have saved that one with the Carbine 7, just in case if I want to swap it out. And now, in the case of FAMAS going to Carbine 7, you don't save on ammo that much. But usually I have a FAMAS, an M4, so something FAMAS like high DPS. M4 a little bit more range, so for instance if it's for missions that are a little bit more distant,
just need to find and destroy those.
And usually I have also a weapon that is with ammo conservation in mind, so Mark 16, ACRE, TKB, stuff like that has much better ammo economy. Nice of that guy to not kill me. It was very much appreciated. yeah, so I need to get in and then get out. So there's also stuff with Umbra that you can run that even goes bird tier. That goes full A10 basically, and that's Sleipnir. Sleipnir has Sleipnir's talent provides a very high RPM buff already, but I know also, I mean, technically Sleipnir's talent is actually super strong. Its only downside is you only get it from the second mag on. So you need to unload one mag completely, and then on the subsequent mags it'll trigger. There I'm noticing that I'm not actually fully up on the buff. I am now. Just trying to go for the head, but gonna get in cover, get the thing back up. Oh, I assumed he was dead at that point. Somebody's getting the valves anyway, so. Yeah, especially for instance solo, I actually don't dislike Umbra. Although basically, yeah, it's for me Tech Tank outclasses it, and this Fury outclasses it for solo. But it can be just useful for variety's sake.
Good. Now you just need to destroy the magnetic core. You should be fine.
System disrupted. Iris target approaching.
But yeah,
System
the going full A10 vibes that it has is kind of cool sometimes. Together, I mean, you can even go worse and stack it with Golden Bullet or Guardians, and but also the thing is stacking too much rate of fire, which is kind of also the issue of going for that Sleipnir, perfect frenzy. Is that just want to kill this guy real quick before I finish that thought. Is that rate of fire is additive. It is basically a pool of stat that is a pool. So the more you keep adding, in the same sense of weapon damage or crit damage or stuff, the more you add, the less it is, the less effective it's starting to become. So there is reason to keep it as not to go too far into trying to get too many of them. So basically ends up as an additive stat, which of course stuff like, but in the same vein really as a like really damage targets are covered. So it is an additive stat, but it's, you don't, outside of, I mean, yeah, outside of frenzy, basically. Hoping that guy has a hive. He does. We're not in a time crunch, so I'm not going that far out of my way for the objective, but I'll get it there.
Offline.
And this will be our final wave. It's hard to see through all that fire where the enemy actually is, which I actually could solve with the skill that I have, but I forgot I had that skill. Because I have a pulse, of course, I could use that.
Nice. The plant's secured. Now let's get
That's the thing that solves it.
Move to the extraction point.
Just gonna look over there if there's any loot. Same over here.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
And I'm gonna get the chest and get out. Oh, hey. I was talking about it earlier and it hurt me. Gonna give it a second. Maybe it'll unfreeze, but no. So yeah, there we had a crash. Actually, basically at the exact same spot as the other two, or I had. And that task, because yeah, it was all basically there, getting to or from that box. So I feel maybe that area maybe has something that either or is giving a somewhat of a network error, because both are quite often causes of crashes. Yeah, there we had a crash. Just checking that desynced the audio as well, which it often does. I'm going to fix that right away. And that should, yeah, have fixed it. As the game is loading back up. And luckily, these are all skippable nowadays. Although it still should be just one skip. It's weird that it's 4 skips. And yeah, so sadly we don't get extraction. We don't get any requisition points. But we do get to keep our loot that we picked up along the way. Although I don't think I picked up much loot along the way. Which is also kind of sad. I kind of wanted to feel how the Umbra would do during extraction. So I think I might actually run it once more, unless somebody bribes me and makes me do something else, which is unlikely to happen. So one of the things with this character that actually somebody saw in a recent, it was weirded out that I still had the Regulus blueprint, the getting the bosses part of it still on this character open. Even though, of course, there's a Regulus on several of my characters and also graded 21 in my stash. So I do have it. But yeah, this character I basically always, I don't know why, I just always skipped this one, kept this in here. Because yeah, you just donate those parts and you get them back. But the initial time is that you donate those parts, you get the blueprint. But of course, I have account chat blueprint. So having done it on a different character has already provided this character with the blueprint. Memento Striker with Obliterate, a Heartbreaker with chest and backpack. Let us see. Double Companion all across the sky. Striker Hunter Hybrid with Ninja Bike. I'm always surprised that people go for... I think that's a remnant of people use it, because in Division 1, of course, it Ninja Bag, the Ninja Bike backpack, only applied to, at least that is my memory. Well, I mean, yeah, it had to. It only applied to gear sets, because, yeah, brands didn't have brand bonuses as they have here.
Strikers have taken the power plant. Not sure what they're trying to do with the nuclear reactor, but they've triggered the safety protocol.
So people think that may still make sense, but actually, yeah, mixing any mix, I don't think there's any. Well, Hotshot. Hotshot is the only one really that kind of can be done. Hotshot Aces, although even that one not really.
Reactor unstable.
Because to me, the only thing that Ninja really makes sense for is with brand bonuses, because you can have 5 extra brand bonuses. Because taking a third gear set to a 4th and then another from 2 to 3 really doesn't seem valuable enough, because of course you're giving up stats along the way.
Agent down.
I should not be where I am. I went into instant mode of that I'm what I usually run here, which is PFE, and closed the distance and found out why you shouldn't do that. 2 hunters. And I forgot my own advice of grabbing a Banshee Pulse, which would be really useful here. I'll hit R. I'm hitting it, so he'll get pulled out.
Detected. System curtailed.
I'm also curious to, at some point, see what that critical chance increase actually
System reactivated.
is. The directive that we just activated, like how much it is. Likely in the patch notes, like the initial patch notes, they likely said. So couldn't actually gonna be hard. So containment admin likely. Well, actually, in this case, for instance, so we're going into containment and then likely skipping turbine because it's VIP. But actually, in the time that it's going to take us to run all the way around to admin, that's basically the time that it would cost to do VIP instead.
Rogue striker drone detected. Hostile striker drone detected.
Pulled out a little early.
Rogue incinerator turret detected.
Because I just want to get into this thing.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
Yeah, Umbra filling up as fast as it does is really what kind of makes it a decent choice. Because yeah, like you fill it up decently fast, I feel. Just getting cover. And basically also once you have it up, you just getting into cover quickly, you just keep filling it up. You usually lose less than 2 seconds by just running around for a while. Or 2 seconds worth of it.
Area secure.
I have a named item, but it isn't from targeted, so it could not be what I'm after. I feel I didn't get the chest, and yeah, that player was paying more attention to me, so he did. He did go get it and make it obvious. Yeah, everybody's marking admin, and I'll join that. We could have gone the south way, but I was also curious to see if there was any loot up here, which there doesn't appear to be. Because in the same way as, for instance, Striker or Heartbreaker, these runs in between.
Bring in the engineer.
Somebody went turbine. Wait, did the entire team go turbine?
Protect the engineer.
Yeah, the team went, so then sure. There's one of those cases of it's better to stick together, doing the wrong thing than going and doing the right thing. But yeah, also as I said, it is actually not going to be a big time difference. This is still going to take longer, but not by a significant amount. Also, we have plenty of time. We'll get this done up to 7 minutes, and then still have plenty of time to get the main objective done. I'm gonna go up here and check.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate.
Yeah, one ally is explaining it and doing it in a tone that is really nice, actually. It's refreshing to see not somebody. Because yeah, actually, I just now noticed what the SHDs are here. Because yeah, after me, it's a 420, and then a 390, and then a 184, and then it goes into double digits for all 4 others. I'll pause here just to show everything. But yeah, actually, I should actually get into cover here, get a few of these seconds already done, so that when I reach the enemies, I only need to be in cover for a second. The VIP is about to go down as well. But we have 30 seconds to get him back up, of course. Oh wow, I hadn't done VIP in so long that I totally forgot that. And whatever faction it is, you still get a few warhounds spawning. Like, that's actually how long I haven't been in the VIP. But yeah, the birth of a Umbra, it's kind of fun.
High risk target detected.
But it still doesn't reach the peaks that Striker could much easier with easier gameplay reach. And that's part of the reason why I
Hostiles neutralized.
do criticize the potential that Striker still currently has. As I've also at times gotten comments of people that are like, dude, just let them keep it. You're trying to ruin other people's fun. It's just like, if it was in line, it would still be a good build. If it was about, close to 20% less, it would still be a good build. Heartbreaker would then make a bit more sense as well. It could be the one with running Vigilance a little bit better survivability as full red. And then Umbra as well could compete with it if you play the mechanic well. And high-end reds a glass red wouldn't be that far behind it. And then the glass red, of course, is doing all of its damage from the first shot, doesn't need to stack. And then everything kind of starts making more sense than it does now. I feel, at least. Pretty strongly as well. I actually forgot that it's the control room first. Somebody hopefully goes for it. Because yeah, usually I go. Objective, of course, right away. That's way outside of my optimal, but also one thing they could do actually with... So once they get that complete, it's this button, so I'm sticking around here. That's why I'm not moving closer. Is actually to maybe give Umbra optimal as one of its options. At least that's also maybe a gear set's idea. I mean, I know that they've actually internally, or well, they've discussed some options of gear sets in some interviews and stuff, or ideas that they've had through the years. And one of them is very much that they were working on, or thinking about optimal range weapon handling based one. And that could be actually interesting.
Good work decrypting the protocol. You need to remove those controls to get the reactor back online.
Although likely the reason it's not in there is because yeah, it would be hard to balance well. Because yeah, one of the things that currently happens is of course that distance is one of the ways to get safety. By keeping a little bit longer distance. But in doing that, you're also giving up being close and just having a much easier time with accuracy. Because your accuracy is very much, if you're closer to an enemy, he's a bigger target. You can you can much more easily defeat him. But also you're putting yourself more in danger. I'm gonna go for named first, which might get me killed. Because yeah, that heavy still has a nail gun, but I was hoping that my allies would turn him, which they did in the end. Right. The blind fire there went directly into that laptop in front of me. I should have enough room to auto-loot all this.
Move to the extraction point.
Just gonna look around, no other loot.
Knows you're ready to go.
Gonna go for a big chest. And then we'll head towards extraction. And actually extract once with this with this build. So I think I don't remember who it was. I also actually don't want to say their name out loud. But it was one content creator that did a video on Umbra when it was first released, and they had gone with actually I'm trying to. It was the backpack talent that I just saw on the ground there, or had that in the box there. The plus 15 as long as you're in cover. Composure? Yeah, composure. Which of course completely does not synergize with a build that is getting out of cover to deal its damage. But also they explained it as being like the best damage option, where at least if he had explained it, I was for a second, yeah, I was hoping that was the chest, but it wasn't. If he had explained it as like, okay, this is just to mitigate the damage when you're in cover or something, that would have been fine. But yeah, there was just a lack of knowledge there.
System restored.
Here, a Vector going full pelt. Should just load that up. And team's doing good job killing up.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
Basically, yeah. And running behind half of the time. Also, I should get the full 5 seconds before I pull back. Very much so, yeah. But you can see that there's some thought put in there, but it's there. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that kind of stuff. I mean, how many videos of strikers are still made with Fox's Prayer? At least that one is less egregious. It's just like 2-3%. Actually, it's like 5% against. No, it's 4.5%. It's in the video. It's in the strikers. Like I thought it was 4%ish, I think. In general, it was like 3% on short range and then 4% on mid range or something. Well, at least that's like closer to an actual understandable thing. Oh. I wasn't paying attention at all there. As yeah, I thought we were still on the timer for. That was completely my mistake. Just me not paying attention. I thought we were still on the timer of the chopper coming in, not the extraction having been ready. As I was just chatting and yeah, sometimes that happens. Although usually that doesn't happen if I'm not streaming. So I'll put it up to the streaming curse or the being watched curse or playing video games in front of an audience curse that quite often happens to people. But yeah, so there that cost half of the extraction, or basically half of the coins that we would get, because basically get a ×2 bonus for extracting. So we got likely 70-ish, depending on how many hunters we got. We got 70-ish or 79. But we have enough for a cache. But we would likely have had enough for 2 caches. if when I say we, I mean me, had paid attention. But I'll blame we.
Looking for something?
So that's another exotic component. Also, I actually briefly want to see how many watch points this character has, and yeah, they have. That is a weird number for them to have. Because usually I spend them by 500s, and usually, so I would have 2265 normally. So I didn't spend 50 at some point, and I'll do that now. As I'm very much out of field recon, as I'm on one of them. Making sure that, so... Wait. So it's 15 minus, yeah. So I likely forgot to spend 50 in one of them, because yeah, 2265 is what I feel. The other ones were also on 2200, and then the other character was 2700. So we did the Umbra run. Go back to a PFE with Striker PFE. Do another challenging one. And this character has all 12%, none of the 13%. I used to have those 13% more spread out across my characters. But I pulled them all together just to make one super build where it matters a little bit more.
Another agent is now in your group.
Because yeah, if this one had all 13s, it would have 75%, and that would actually help a little bit. I mean, 5% more PFE is noticeable. Would even maybe betting it's close enough that it could drop being survivalist.
Another agent has
Maybe, not really. At 70% it's already too low, really. Or well, it feels a little bit weak sometimes. But then it could go Firewall, have the Striker Shield, dealing 10% more damage. 11.
Another agent is now in your group.
Oh, it's my group. Okay. I mean, I'll inspect people, but I'm never gonna... I've kicked people before, actually, so I shouldn't say never, but also Black Void. Yeah, that's a decent-ish enough looking striker. A decent-ish enough looking striker, especially for the levels they are.
Another agent has joined.
A decent-ish looking level striker. That's actually... I wouldn't mind taking these guys into heroic. I wish I could change the difficulty now. A decent-ish looking striker. That's 4 in a row. Although all of them had something wrong with them, but... A decent-ish looking red. High-end red. But actually, what was his chest sound?
An agent is no longer in your
Obliterate. Ah, we lost one.
Another agent is now in your group.
It's nice to see like players around 350-ish getting to builds like this. That's the build making community hopefully influencing people.
Another agent has joined your group.
Wait, at 550. Okay, no, that's just saw these skills. I saw these numbers on the gear, which is what I could 3 expertise grades and stuff. Then I saw the skills, but of course the skills are just my ones. Yeah, we're full.
In your group.
Bus is full. Everybody hands aboard and don't put your head outside. You might get it chopped off. This bus is heading to challenging countdown. So you're briefly gonna have a look at the bitrate because there's a nice red peak in it, but it seems to have fixed itself. Gee, does it say how high this peak is?
Agent, outcasts have taken over the power plant.
And
lockdown procedures have been
yeah, we've reached the point of another battery change, which I do have at the ready, so swap that out real quick and
we need to
be ready before it starts. They've been in. pretty good at those battery changes now from from the wrong side of the camera, basically, for me.
Emergency lockdown protocol.
I'm usually on the other end of the camera.
Lockdown.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
So yeah, PFE strikers, it needs to stack. I'm gonna shoot towards him, get his attention, push him, pull him over here.
System curtailed.
It's funny that he went for that animation of trying to stab me, or when there was stuff in between, he couldn't have reached me.
System reactivated.
I'm glad that player joined back up on us. We don't have status effects available. That's the middle one that we'll get in a second, so this middle one. But I'm not seeing the other team struggle either, and that's likely down to a ton of strikers. Although they're struggling now a little bit.
An agent has left your group.
He went down and he left the group. That's
System back online.
not something you often see in Countdown because yeah, you can respawn, can get picked up. Oh, their own skills are killing them. I really want to... that's safe. Just in turn. Because I really wanted to get that guy. I went out of my way to do it. So we have Turbine Admin.
The target should be nearby.
We did lose one, but it's challenging Countdown. Hopefully we don't lose too many. But also on a PFE, I can guarantee we're gonna extract, most likely. Fighting outcasts again. Should stack. I am a chest striker, so I need to be hovering pretty high on stacks. There's also at least 3 coyotes in the team. For a second I saw 3 coyote buffs, which is a nice damage bonus. Because I believe also in this build I actually do have a hole for it to fill up. I think it's not at 60 crit chance because just equation wise it doesn't it didn't reach that. What is my crit chance for damage?
Hostile detected.
49.93. So yeah, it made sense to leave a hole, especially as this build likely more often than not will either be pulled out when there's a when going into
Target neutralized.
when going into Countdown, and then here and there once in a while for if there's a rogue fight.
Area secure.
Yeah, they got him. Yeah, I was just considering there by the time I get upstairs, they'll have it all killed, which it did. So admin. Nobody's that was actually funny to see. They were waiting there, but I'll just actually sell them. Admin. They were waiting there, kind of like to see where everybody goes. But yeah, I'll do the reasonable thing of actually just typing it out in chat, which I should do more often. Like I know where we should go. I should just be more confident in just in just telling others.
Shade tech detected.
Because I'm usually not much of a leader. I just rather be
Protect the engineer.
led, which is easier.
Rogue incinerator turret detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected.
I'm gonna, well, actually, I'm gonna stack on this heavy and help my ally because he's a little bit overextended.
Hostile assault turret detected. Rogue striker drone detected.
And then here, especially, everything spawning in the first wave is usually elite. Until you get a spawn from a door, it's usually no purples or reds. But of course, all these skills are not elite, and that sniper turrets basically in 2 shots went through my armor. I hear a rusher. Trying to catch it before it reaches someone, but couldn't there really.
High risk target detected.
Spawned upstairs. Hey, I'm not gonna heal this up, even if there's not much else that's gonna spawn that's going to hurt me. And I'll just save that med pack. Might need it later. If there was a FI buff or something, which I don't believe there is, isn't, then I might have med pack just for the damage bonus. I didn't check crates, but luckily it's this one. So let me just grab that and go. Yeah, lab next. 2 people are in cooling tower. Which, I mean, at least one of them is a 1K. At 1K, you would think. I mean, still, might be that they like haven't done enough
lab. I need you to stabilize
countdowns. As if they were to complete it, which they likely won't be with just 2 players. If they were to complete it, we just get just a few more requisition.
You're in. Now, just need to find and destroy those fuel valves.
And that ally is actually... no, actually no, he isn't. I was gonna say he's running around getting the fuel valves, but he isn't. Very much isn't.
Experimental reactor unstable. Safety protocols activated.
Start popping these. And yeah, as you saw my shooting there, there's some holes in between where you can basically get them pretty easily. And once you know, basically. I can actually hug this guy. Give him one last hug before he leaves this world. I'm just gonna leave that and go. Actually, they're on the object. That's a nice thing with PFE as well, that fire does count as elite damage. Their explosion also counts as elite damage, so you can actually give those huggers one last hug before they leave this world.
To destroy the magnetic core. Fine.
System curtailed.
Should actually stack up more with the ACS.
System activated.
I'm blocking someone's shots. I see hits on the inside of my shield.
Hostile shock trap.
So I'm gonna move in and be more aggressive. Another wave.
facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Field failure. EMP discharge required to stabilize reactor.
And gonna see if I can. I'm on fire sadly, so I can't aim. Okay, this is the little bit of the downside of the 70% PFEs like this one. If there's enough elites shooting at you, they will go through you, as they almost did there. Yeah, I'm not gonna heal up. I'll have it out of combat in a second. Actually, no, we won't have it out of combat, but sorry, I'll heal up in a second. I'm actually waiting a little bit for the rusher to come out, but somebody else got him. Yeah, with everybody here. We're making short work of these guys.
High-risk target approaching. System reactivated.
Chest is over there. Actually, I see it's empty. Or it's closed. So, let me grab that.
Rogue Restore Hive detected. Hostile Restore Hive detected.
Spawning behind me, so I'll just turn around and actually help deal with this. Still haven't healed up, which I could do at some point. Because yeah, if enough stuff shoots at me, they'll go through me. Where the ATPFE really is much more sturdy.
Experimental reactor offline. System back online. Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, we got the objective done. I was keeping an eye on how fast it was going, just in case if I needed to help with the objective, but
Good work, Agent. You saved the
it seemed that most of the team were aware of it and was
When you're ready,
running mostly for the objectives, because yeah, they got it done pretty quick and without me basically. I killed a few of the valves at the start. That was it. Which always feels a little bit better when when you're not the only one doing stuff. So here we're back at the place I've crashed several times at this point. Then let's see if it because I'm gonna go through this door, because usually it's going through that door that causes or is the point where it happens. I have some loot over there, so I'm gonna actually take the long way around. Actually, I'm not gonna take that long of a way. I thought it was actually that corner. This place is very much still one that I mentally can't like have a. I don't have a mental map. So sometimes I feel like it's the next corner and then it's two corners. It being a square and looking quite a lot the same. Extraction is at the northern, so we do have quite a run.
Get on that helo. You've got
And
hunters incoming.
there's a big blob. Okay, the guys came out of VIP finally as well. And this is kind of the danger of not waiting for the entire team. Hoping that they don't die. Because yeah, it can snowball pretty easily. If a few players start dropping and then... I'm gonna go harass this guy because he's harassing my allies, although he jumped down. Also, he's a good target for me to stack on, and hopefully, the shock made that possible. There's a sniper one in the back, and those actually I hit really hard, so it's almost armor broke me. Grab these two loots. Check over there that loot isn't one. I'll heal up here first. Because yeah, we're about to head into a mess. Help with him. I'm gonna go kill this box. And yeah, whatever's sniping me, the hunter that is sniping me, because that's not shots from a Black Tusk sniper, is very much hurting me a lot. I'm half stacked, so I'll stack up more. I'll actually heal up here. They're all focused on me, mostly. Should use my shield now more. Now that's available. And start pushing into here. Because that's the dangerous one, and that's the other one. Gonna kill this last guy, because then my back is clear. But I'm actually gonna start working on the hunter. Not tickle this guy's back, but actually kill enemies. Go over here. I have enough space to pick all of this up and still have 4 spots for more drops.
Taurus sees you. Kilo inbound.
I think I should check what the time was there, but I felt like we had more than more time to do it. Yeah, with Striker you do keep a little bit of stacks in between. Skill damage to setup, but I already have one, so that one's getting deconstructed. Also, I was super low. What did that thing ever do to you? As someone is attack 50ing just random scenery. Oh, I almost did the same mistake again of not noticing that it's not the chopper coming in, but it's already the extraction time, so as the name implies, extract. We got 140 on that one. Let's all just readjust a little bit.
Safe area entered.
You swear an oath that means something. No matter what.
There we go. Don't think I saw any closers going to my inventory. And yeah, this farm is starting to go into. I mean, it's not yet. I was gonna say it's going into ridiculous territories, but it's really not. This is on par or an expected getting that part. And yeah, best you can do is just keep slamming your head against it, and eventually you'll get it. So yeah, gonna grab a different build and we'll go back in again for one more. It's also starting to get a little bit late, but I feel like keeping this grind going. I should definitely go in with a third drone hybrid. That will make me very loved by my allies. Yeah, Red Patriot. Let's vary it up. No, I already actually have a Scorpio build that is based around having 2 blues, so it went in with a blue cord. Actually, that's Henry. No, sorry. Well, it wouldn't actually fit with a Scorp. That's why I went over into thinking about Henry, but because yeah, it wouldn't fit with a Scorpio build. The red closer, because it would need spotter, which you really do want it to be a technician. I did used to have one, a Hunter's Fury with shotgun, but actually that one got taken out and became a Henry, basically double companion Hunter's Fury, which I think, I mean, at the moment I played around with it and stuff, but yeah, double companion is skewing everything. But I think even once double companion gets fixed, brought back in line, or basically does what it is advertised to do, it will still be a decent enough build. Because yeah, it definitely gives a talent that a Scorpio can use with double companion. But yeah, no, this closer, especially for the high end PFE that I ran earlier, it's gonna go in there and it's gonna go into a red build, making a spotter Gen 3 red build.
Relay offline.
Rikers have taken the power plant. Not sure what they're trying to do with a nuclear reactor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm also looking for a perfect, or the setup, the perfectly opportunistic, but that's with skill, haste, repair skill for yellow FI healer.
Restore comms.
I don't have that one either on this account, but I do already have a build picture with a perfect opportunistic, so I'm pretty okay with it.
Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
Trying to get their attention.
Detected.
They really should.
Calls activated.
They really shouldn't go that route, because yeah, they're gonna trigger the other two and make it, once we reach that point, a lot harder. See if I can catch him in the foam. I can't. I should have actually grabbed a secondary Scorpio. I'm actually gonna do that now. I'm hoping that
An agent needs assistance.
the ally that went the other routes happened exactly as expected.
Agent out of action.
I took a risk there, but I was aware that I could. They really need to get me though. I now see what the levels of everyone is suddenly as well. They don't have a med pack anymore, so you just oh
Serious trauma detected.
yeah, they brought the other hunter, they triggered them, and they brought him.
Signs 0.
This is going to be a slog.
Agent needs assistance.
And that's the reason you don't go that way and die, because then you make it harder for everyone. That's the hunter that is in the midpoint and has been brought back all the way here. I'm gonna maybe do a dick move, which is truly a dick move.
System.
There is no damage in this team. There's also US Central, which is super laggy for me. I'm gonna give them a vote of no confidence, and it is completely a dick move on my part, but I'll just have to live with it. It's best for them as well. They need to basically,
Area detected.
each of those players basically needs to be in, not, you shouldn't have 6 of those players bunched together. So when there's only 2 of them in with 6 other decent players, then it can go fine. And hello to you too as well, Life Killers. I missed that. What's up there? Yeah, just hanging out, farming a little, going for a red closer, which has been evading me for in a way that is almost reaching epic proportions. So
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
we shall sing songs about this once I get it. So, shall go into history as the longest farm. Actually, probably not. No. Much longer farms that I even have done, likely others. Yeah, it was basically it was obvious that I would have needed to swap builds for there to even have been a chance. Like a Red Patriot is a buffing build. You need people to buff, and even then like the hunters just need to melt a lot faster than they would. But also, so yeah, inexperience on that other player's part of going to the mid, triggering those 2 hunters and bringing them to be behind us, because that's what killed me. It was suddenly a hunter behind me and in front of me.
The True Sons have triggered a lockdown at the plant. They've been taking over infrastructure.
And they likely didn't mean to, but also just move with your group. Just look where everybody else is going and follow them. Like that's. I feel that is a given for whenever. I mean, that's how I play when I don't know. Like I'm running an MMO and I just
Emergency log.
matchmaking to a dungeon, I just go, okay, everybody's running this way, I'll run this way too.
Containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP.
We're gonna link up both team. I already see them in the distance.
Malfunctioning.
And we have the close range buff. And we have a VIP in the cooling tower, but admin and reactor, so...
Vital signs critical.
I keep closing the distance as if I'm PFE, and then
Forward.
remembering that I am not. Because yeah, a reactor is this one right here. And what's the main? Oof, and no, perfect lab. So we'll basically on that end run into reactor, from reactor run into admin, which both are close to each other, and then run to lab, which is also on that side. So this should be a nice and fast one. And we have statuses, so we can use them. And yeah, close range buff is active. That that melt was nice. Didn't even get a chance to even put a debuff on him. Someone's rushing for that thing as well. I'm feeling a lot better about this team, even though there's a level 1, a level 6, and a level 20 on this team. It's going a lot smoother.
Shade tech.
The only thing that really scares me is that yeah, the level 1 had its turrets and drone out, and there's a sniper turret on the level 6. Those things could hurt a lot. Just gonna wait for my allies before I actually rush in. I'll go over here. Get this one. Get the chest. Actually, I need you to stop existing. So let's do that first.
Hostile striker drone detected.
So in here, I'm already in the circle, so I can actually loot there.
Rogue sniper turret detected.
It's funny to see that many blue items in the chat, and that's all the transmog items that those low-level players, of course, are basically every item they're picking up is basically giving them one of the apparel or well like gear apparel mods. They don't actually still know the official what the official. I don't think I've ever known basically what the official wording for those is actually. So the gear slots, the slot in gear where you change the appearance. Appearance mod then maybe? Likely. And yeah, we're gonna go over to admin, which is yeah, this exit. Yeah, it's good to see fresh blood come into the game. And yeah, I mean that's everybody starts yeah, everybody starts low, so and learning and in this case it's what happened in the other one is that there was basically me and one other player that were of a decent enough build, even though I was on a red pager, so I was just as much to blame, really. If I was just on a striker or something on a PFE, I could help carry, but I wasn't. I'm gonna kill this guy first because before I touch this button, okay, somebody else is getting in. Yeah, he was gonna touch me while I touched that button. But yeah, there was basically too many low-level players. As long as it's a few, and also in this case as well, the close range buff. Like the close range buff is truly that big of a difference maker.
I see you, agent.
So that voice line always, in my mind, always that the true sons have of I see you, agent. For some reason, tonality-wise, there's a old EDM song, let's call it that, EDM song, of I see you, baby, shaking that ass. It always makes me think of that one. I see you, agent, shaking that ass.
Magnetic discharge.
I don't know what it is about it, but yeah, it's basically the same tonality. But just I did lose my hive, but I just got surrounded a little bit.
Area secure.
Agent, you should be able to access that experimental lab now.
Got the chest, I feel... No, maybe? But it was down underneath the balcony anyway, so I would have seen it. So it might be this one. Yeah. Also by extraction, I want to have a look what they're bringing to the table, build-wise.
Agent, you've reached the lab. I need you to stabilize the reactor. You're in.
Yeah, and also with all of these,
Those fuel valves.
like I feel Division quite often also goes on sale, which brings in,
Reactor
you know, new people intermittently. I also feel that there's a, it kind of like exists in the zeitgeist of people, of like a game that they think they would enjoy, but then just, and then if it's on sale, they might pick it up. And also, yeah, it being on Steam nowadays is a it removes a hurdle that a lot of people had.
Now, I need you
Because yeah, I feel
the reactor's core.
player base wise, the game is fine, in a fine state. It dips a little bit sometimes at the end of seasons and stuff, but there is a consistent enough core player base going the whole time basically, and plenty of people that like intermittently come in.
You just need to destroy the magnetic core.
Because I know plenty of players that mostly don't play Division as their core game anymore, but they'll come back for seasons, they'll come back to some manhunts. And really all it ever needed was just continued support, which it has now. There's, even the DLC coming in some form in the future. And they've kind of... The only thing I'm afraid of with that DLC is they've set somewhat of expectations with Warlords, of course. So it needs to be at least of the same scope or higher. And I'm not completely certain if this team is up to that yet. And hopefully I don't think they are at the moment, especially. But I do think they can reach that point if they get the right people, get some... because of course also...
System disrupted. High risk target.
They are getting a little bit of support and are getting... well, basically financial support, the publisher support from the Ubisoft end. So hopefully they get the right people into the right places.
Experimental reactor offline.
No.
Good work, Agent. You saved the
People were working the objective again, which is good to see. Because yeah, I barely paid attention to the objective.
System restored.
But as always, I always keep an eye on it. If the counter is going up in a reasonable time, which it was very much so, I'll break the motto of leave no loot behind and leave that loot behind, because I want to keep up with my allies, especially because it's across the map, the extraction. That striker drone being out already freaks me out. There's two of them even. Now there are two of them.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
Agent down.
One of the nice things with True Patriot as well, we get a 10-round Scorpio, which makes it so that you're basically guaranteed to get that buff, debuff on people.
System disrupted.
It's gonna get my buff on as many people as well, or debuff. Whoop! That was 2 grenades coming from my face. They really did not like what I did to them.
System activated.
It was funny to see them basically in sync coming towards me. Someone's
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to
someone has opportunistic there as well, so that guy has been very much debuffed, and yeah, with the close range buff, people can solo the hunters as they have on the other end. I'll go get the loot. Yeah, I believe in my team to get that chopper wave.
System malfunctioning.
So one exotic go past. Oh, yeah, they got it there. It's so weird that this there actually so this is the suppressor of the there that is fixed, or the suppressor of the base weapon, the Steiner, and that shows up as an exotic part for some reason. Oh yeah, I kind of want to see Greenpeace, which you know, more than just that the people fighting for planet Earth. Oh well, they were at some point. I trust my team to have them. Oh wow, that was a level 21. Holy! If all level 21, this is likely someone that is converted or is on an alt account, or is very well supported by his clan or something. But yeah, this is very. I mean, it's basically
Helo inbound.
with also full recalibrations on stuff. So he has like stuff in his. Like even having a full recalibration available on some of these stuff is usually well beyond the level that he is there. Because yeah, that's that level 21 one. So yeah, that was impressive. But yeah, it's basically just missing a Fox's Prayer. Which likely is what his target is set to. We have enough time to kill this one, especially with the short range buff. But everybody needs to be in short range for that to happen.
In the fire zone.
Yeah, no loot. Everyone's gonna make it, hopefully. Yeah, just making sure.
You did a great thing today, Agent. We take electricity for granted, but without that plant, this entire...
Full 158. Drinking is very hard, turns out. Without... Yeah.
Safe area entered.
Agent, you have like this since before the Great War.
So, don't think I saw a closer going, so low chance. Should have actually shared some items with them, but being lazy.
Nice doing business with you.
And hello to you there, Selvace. At least I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. And welcome back.
You agent.
Yeah, that item is still. I mean, this is literally how that grind is expected to go. It is a hard item to get. I'm likely on a little bit over the average point of when people would get it, and but I'll keep this run going and swap builds once more. Actually, let me swap characters. We did Heartbreaker yesterday as well, so. Because yeah, with most of hers as actually, I'm gonna go in her and see if she has a weird build that kind of could work. Because yeah, she has Redify, she has Ongoing Directive. We've seen those now, I would say. I could do a Tip of the Spear run. Although, of course, this is very much not really a recommended build. It is can be useful at times, especially for getting special weapon kills and stuff done with global event challenges. Although then with the backpack usually, which I do have in my stash, just at the ready. You know what? Let's do one with a Hunter Fury. Like Hunter Fury doesn't really fit in there, but it fits about as well as Tip of the Spear. It needs to close the range, and then yeah, maybe one with the Heartbreaker PFE. Yeah, let's yeah, challenging countdowns. I'll just need to really close the distance.
Invite to
I mean,
agent's group.
I do that already with the PFEs as well. It's just doesn't have the PFE part. I do want to have a secondary Scorpio, because of course I do. Yeah, this one is very much set up to be 2 blue cores, just for a little bit more shield, so I can keep up my vigilance, and then with the SMG, so I can run Obliterate. Ah, nice to hear, Salve. So. Yeah, and you can, there's luckily plenty of time to catch up. Hey, for once, I'm the first one to load in, which, the rest of the team likely is seeing me run away from them on their on their screen.
We need to remove the safeguards and restart the reactor.
I also don't have my... Actually, it's right off the screen, actually. It's on the right, the group panel.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Please proceed to your nearest exit. Lockdown safety.
I'm hoping everybody catches up to me. I'm just gonna go over here, actually. See if I... Yeah, that railing is actually a bad railing. Oh, we have the close range one. Okay. And somebody recognizes me. So, that's good to hear.
An agent has gone offline.
Yep. So the only downside of this build is that when I'm running the Scorpio, is that Obliterate really doesn't work well with Scorpio. Where Strikers and Heartbreakers stack up with the shotguns with each shell. All of the older talents do not. So Obliterate only stacks per shot on the shotguns. But yeah, with the close range buff and me also being firewall, providing a close range, that close range buff to allies. Oh, we should just go cooling. Seems, yeah, let's go cooling tower. I feel. Yep, team's moving. Even though, yeah, that's one's gonna take a while. Also gonna read up on that.
Shade tech detected.
Yeah. So in my case, I'm weird in that way of basically every gear piece has their own mods, where it's much better to do it exactly with characters, just each character having their own mods. But also, yeah, if you have because you basically only need mostly just 3 of each mod usually. So having 3 crit chance, or well, 3 crit damages especially, and then maybe even 3 crit chance for some of the other builds. Or 3 skill hastes, 3 PFEs. Well, PFEs you need 5 or 6 usually.
Incoming.
But they don't need to be matching high up. I mean, it's getting a second character in is pretty much you can just slowly start building up, because even having 11s, so if you have 3 11s on a build, you're missing 3 crit damage. It's not the end of the world, and getting 11s shouldn't be too hard over time, just farming those up. And then skill mods usually take a while till you have at least a full set, just to fill every slot whenever you have on the skills. But yeah, usually, yeah, you just refarm them up, and this guy's I'll give him a, during extraction I'll give him an acknowledgement. And that's sometimes also half the fun. You can also basically just put a loadout over if you want to do it that way, but I would recommend usually just giving everybody their own loadout so you don't have that hassle. Also, check on the vendors. Quite often there's 10.9s, 10.7s available for crits, maybe even hastes. Because yeah, you basically just need the right stat, as long as it's above a 10, for instance, with crit, it's usable enough. Just while Blind's running towards towards that spotted mini tank, just because it was visible. It's they're behind us. Yeah, this close range buff hitting 2.5 million at 850 RPM is a bit silly.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
So yeah, the SIG is 850 right here.
Proceed to your nearest exit.
Target detected.
Gonna go intercept them on this end.
Neutralized.
Also, I haven't looked for the chest at all.
Incoming.
I could
High risk hostile.
check here. It's that one. I'll go prop it just in case my allies also see it.
Assistance.
Because not everybody understands those chests, but everybody understands loot on the ground. At least, I hope
Area secure.
when they see loot on the ground that they'll just go get it.
To access the reactor.
Because I've seen plenty of people that, for instance, have reached sometimes pretty high SH levels and not understood recalibrations. system at all, apparently, having seen sometimes even 2-3K players that have only optimizations on their gear and no recalibrations, meaning that they either are, you know, really into self-harm or just don't know that one of the two systems exist. Or I've also seen just recalibrations and no optimizations. Mostly while doing call for backups and stuff. Getting call for backups or being the person answering them. But yeah, in previous seasons, I did used to do that quite a bit. I do have the level 21 or level 25 patch. Or a 25 wings one. At least on one account. And I think I got up to like 55 or something. I never went for what some people do in getting 99. Which I'm hoping in their case that they're cheesing it or that they really enjoy answering calls for backup. Because there are ways to somewhat cheese it and get into call for backups with... So if you answer call for backups from clan or friends, it should not count. But what you can do is join on them and then get them out of your friends list. So joining on someone that's on your friend list and then getting them off your friend list, basically. You'll be in the same session. You will have to leave that session first, though. And then if they do a call for backup, you're very likely to receive it. So that's one of the workarounds. But then still, you need to go and do basically a level and a half worth of things to get the point where you can get endorsed. So it solves half the issue, basically. Just makes it so that it's with people that you know. Also, if Hunter's Fury was this strong always, I would always run it. Oh, we haven't hit the second thingy. And also will our main, and we're already here, and still have 5 minutes left, 6 minutes almost. So. Because yeah, I'm just headless chickening at this point. Also, a little bit getting late, so losing focus, which I'm fine with. I'll live except when I die.
System. Reactor online. System back online.
Good work, Agent.
Whenever I also still hear that line of reactor online,
shoot off a flare.
I wonder how many people may get it. Yeah, I really feel they should have just gone with reactor online, weapons online, all systems nominal, which was one of the games I grew up with very much. So. And there it would have been a really easy place for them to do the tribute to it. Well, actually, I think there's another... Well, actually, it's Reactor Online, Weapons Online. Is it then Sensors Online and then All Systems Nominal? I don't remember, actually.
You've got hunters incoming.
But yeah, especially a Reactor Online is...
System malfunctioning.
Will always just trigger that memory to basically play it. There was a hunter there. Keyword was.
System restored.
Just making sure they didn't kill one around the corner there.
I got rounds on the agent.
Oh, not a PFE.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Shield broke and
Out of action.
disorient made it hard to get into cover, but I'll yeah. I carry a revive hive for that exact purpose, of course. Also, one of the things I always feel with SMGs is what they should do if they. I'm hoping they'll like. I mean, actually, yeah, I don't know Heartland. I can't push into there. I'm gonna go across and kill whatever's here. Because yeah, I started playing it as a as a PFE, but it of course very much isn't. She's already full because she has a lot of items in her inventory. Surprised we're struggling like this, but this is actually so the team is mostly fighting at mid-range because safety. But actually, if they were to push in and close range it, or try to get into close range, yeah, the close range buff goes active, and so I'll lead the charge, even though I might get downed, but I'm no longer weakened, so I won't instant die. So.
System restored.
And I'll kill this team first. A named item, but not off targeted.
Taurus sees you. Helo inbound.
It's the giving that guy that thanked me some thanks as we wait for waves and extraction. Actually, he shot at them himself. I didn't get a marker for. Yeah. I mean, we have the close range buff. We can kill fast enough. But yeah, we're already 15. 10. But we made it out, and so did the rest of the team over this right behind me, so.
Thanks to you, the locals will have heat and lights this winter. Thank you, Agent.
And let us see. Again, don't think I saw a closer go into inventory, so. This is a weirdly long loading screen. There it goes.
Safe area entered.
You swear an oath that means something.
Hello there.
Sort these out.
I appreciate
and
it.
junk them. It's interesting to see that she actually has that much in her inventory. Let me actually check. Does she have... Oh, she still has this in her inventory. Okay. So she still has the Pestilence that I graded up yesterday. And actually, let's finish up that Nemesis because it should go to 20. And it hasn't yet. Marksman. Nemesis. Because yeah, I think yesterday I ran out of field recon at some point, and then now, of course, spent some watch points on it. So, and that's also the Nemesis to expertise 20. Because yeah, those two weapons benefit a lot from expertise. Nemesis with Headhunter benefiting from weapon damage, and same for Pestilence. And I kind of enjoy Pestilence, so it was one of the weapons that had to go up to there. Although likely for the next one, because I already have Elmo at 20 as well. I have an Eagle Bearer that should go there, or even a Ravenous. Actually, Ravenous would also benefit quite a bit. Actually, trash these two. Yeah, we have a fresh 2 components. So we're back up to 32. So we need 55 to get a weapon to grade 20. And then and then interestingly, from 20 to 23, it's 60. So it's even more than just getting it to grade 20. Which, yeah, they very much likely have kept like that, either as an oversight, although unlikely because it would have gone 20, 21, 22, because there was in the older system, it went basically up to 20. If you went over, so for a time we had access by bug to higher levels than 20, up to 30 even, but then it would increment basically just by 1. But also the original count was actually double exotic component cost that we have now. So a lot of people speculated that it was due to that they basically hadn't taken into account that. And then when we reached higher levels than 21, but then it would actually cost basically 22, 24, 26. That's what it should cost if that was the case. So likely they very much intended it to be this way, which kind of makes sense. It also makes it so that basically it's for the prestige. It's very much, you only go above 24 if you really like that weapon or just want to, show off. I'll take this Heartbreaker PFE. And we're basically switching between a reddish build and then a PFE and back and forth. Which is kind of fun. Is at least some variety. Although I keep running like all of the red builds as if they're PFE straight into the faces of of the hunters. That's the downside. But that's just
You have joined a group.
That's just me being an idiot sometimes.
We urge all civilians to remain inside.
Oh, it's that same player. Wait, was that a blue head? So it's a blue focus hotshot. Oh, yeah. Wait, crit chance? It's an interesting setup to go for. I think it will have some issues, personally. Wait, was that a? Okay, no, it's like a combat medic kind of thing, but not really. I just saw the skills briefly at the bottom there, but Blue Patriot. And just this is a weird choice. Because yeah, it's a Heartbreaker with Coyote, but the obvious choice, even if you want to go the backpack route, but the obvious thing to do is not to go the backpack because it's bonus armor, which is less useful than the rest. But even going, although this may be for proficiency cases, that is your just moving that slot over and because a Seska piece would be much better. Grupo piece would be just more crit damage as well. Even if you had gone crit damage mod, which she hasn't, which is crit chance mod. But yeah, all of those will have like close enough to useful. Although that one's a little bit blue, but likely still enough. It's just challenging. Just gonna make sure to mute that player because they're on open mic seems. Just before they like have a crying baby in the background. As we have a nice long loading screen. As I have a nice big yawn, but I caught it on mute, so
Be careful, Agent.
just to not yawn in you guys' ears.
Bomb in a nuclear reactor. We need to restrict access and secure the nuclear waste.
I didn't pay attention to reading something briefly and didn't see what or hear what action we're fighting, but I'll find out when they start shooting at us. We have the close range buff again. We have we have the status effect one as well. So for here, status effects won't work, and the close range buff went active, which is the other one, and then here we'll get the status effect off. Making Scorpios active. The other team is struggling a little bit. And with this one, I'm a Heartbreaker without the pulse because I'm a survivalist for the PFE. So that means that I very much need to get a headshot in to get things rolling. Just gonna check what is happening with the other team because they hadn't made it to there yet. Admin lab. You know what? I'll be that guy and go admin lab. I have no idea why. So I understand the other team going to check if the loot dropping for them, but I'm going over here and I'm hoping they come. Is it levels? No, not really. Most of the team got it.
System breach initiated.
Eventually.
System disrupted.
I always feel weird doing that because it's always hard to have tone through this chat.
System back online.
I don't want to have them feel like I'm yelling at them or anything. Like, if you all go in there, I'll follow you guys. But I'd rather not do the VIP.
System reactivated. System curtailed.
Are they getting the other one?
System restored.
Come on. Come on, team.
Critical systems exposed. Data transfer halted. Incoming. High-risk hostile. System reactivated.
I, of course, don't have a shield. I could actually go for a shield with hyenas, especially. And I should, actually. I will actually grab a shield in a second. Because, yeah, I usually run this with a pulse, at least starting out, as all of the things that don't have heads, like warhounds, very much require that, of course. At least for, you know, to get the Heartbreaker stacks to go onto them. But with these hyenas, I can just shoot them in the head, and that will do what is required. Yeah, just running around and grabbing all the loot there. Just put me at the back of this train, but well, I'll catch up. Especially since we're going to fight hostiles there. Or we have the hostiles objective. So that'll take a little bit anyway, and I'll get in range.
To lockdown.
But also for some of the objectives here, so for instance, shooting those valves in cooling tower, there the pulse is also actually useful, because otherwise I'm not dealing any of the talent of Heartbreaker's damage to them, so that drops your damage by quite a ton. But you can pulse them with a pulse. Just gonna run through them, get their attention. The nice thing about Heartbreaker, of course, is it has that bonus armor. And this Heartbreaker, of course, also needing to go the route of how yeah, close range buff is very much active. Going the route of gear set PFEs. It needs to have the backpack be of the gear set, meaning that yeah, it generates a ton of bonus armor. So it is a lot more healthy than the striker variant. But I think I still prefer the striker variant just because that one deals so much more damage.
Agent, you should be able to access.
It's mostly also, yeah, that the Heartbreaker one has to have the backpack be of a Heartbreaker, and that backpack of Heartbreaker isn't. I would say it's basically useless. Almost. I've already got the chest, actually. I remember. So even if you wanted to, so outside of PFE, because in PFE you basically needed to be backpack of the gear set, but if you were going basically a red. Or with a few blue cores, maybe version of Heartbreaker, I would pick a Memento very much over just the backpack of Heartbreaker. Just because it provides a little bit less bonus armor. The bonus armor is also on kill, not on shot, but it provides you with so much more with its damage and giving 2 more cores for. But of course, it's also taking up that slot and losing you 2 attributes in comparison to a high-end piece. Because the other option is to just go a high-end piece, which is what I go with Red Heartbreaker.
Agent, you've reached the waste area. I need you to secure the radioactive material to override the lockdown protocols.
And then, yeah, going the blue routes, just, to be the salesman of tech tanks again, yeah. The Heartbreaker tech tank is
That That should be the source of the leak.
Now that's a good use of
Fuel
a
those tanks.
heartbreaker.
We need to secure that tank and
Oh,
get it back
they
into the circle.
instantly killed that first objective, so that's nice.
Target detected.
Feel I had more headshots in there, but turns out I didn't. Let me kill the purple guy first, of course, because he may tickle me to death. Should of course stack with ACS first. Yeah, they popped the chest. So let me go get it before I forget. So for instance, for these objectives, they don't have a head, so I'm not even gonna attempt to, seeing as I gave up on pulse. I could have pulsed and then shot them. That's the
Great work.
actual way of doing it well.
Stop exposing your team to not so low doses of radiation.
But for here, I'll just run a little bit of interference.
Detected at acceptable level.
Yeah, close range buff is active and
Your drone detected.
everything's melting.
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the extraction point. Hilo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal Taurus.
Okay. Northern extraction. Well, at least that's not that far from here. It's not close, but it's not super far. So I also just now noticed what time it's getting to, so likely this will be my last run. That was a good one, so a good one to end on. Although hopefully, maybe, baby. But at the very least, today was productive with getting all of that range data that I'll go through tomorrow. Screenshot every kill, basically, and then
Hostiles detected.
basically make a spreadsheet with all of the ranges. I have no allies with me. I shouldn't go after him. I was going after that hunter over there. But actually I can solo him, of course, because we have, but I need my shield really to be able to. So once that comes off cooldown, there's one behind me as well.
System back online.
Yeah, the shield can take one hit of those, usually. This one has 3 blue cores? Okay.
System curtailed.
Surprising that it still can take that, actually. Because yeah, the striker one also kind of ends up with that. Well, it should be percentage based then. And then reduced by another percentage. That's actually maybe worth testing. Or I may be misremembering and I was getting hit on this build.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Just gonna make sure I wait until that targeted loot clears off of it, so I don't accidentally deconstruct it in some way. And I should have been better at looting for... There's a level 59 and such, but they'll get their loot. dying before the pulse really takes form. Curious to see if they stuck with that. I don't know. They went a striker route. For a 135, this is also decently good looking. And then for a 1.5k, that was horrible looking. And for a level 59, this is good looking stuff. So there are players coming into the game that kind of know their stuff, which is nice to see, or have been taught well, or have good clans around them. Although he doesn't have a clan tag, so. As yeah, after this one, I will just clean up this character, and that'll be it for me for this evening. But I'll be, oh yeah, I almost did it again. Thinking about what I'm saying, but I should extract first. And I'll be at it tomorrow evening again as well, and likely tomorrow afternoon. I will either tomorrow, likely in the same way as the multiple character one, just before the stream goes live, I'll release the video, the rebuttal video of range stuff. And failing, if it doesn't come all together tomorrow, because yeah, it might take some work, then it'll be Saturday at the likely the latest. And if you're looking at the list, yeah, that gets followed up by the Eclipse build showcase. So. And actually, today I had a decent idea that I have outlined already as well for doing some shorts of just, well, YouTube shorts of simple mechanics of and calling it a minute of mechanics, which I'm blatantly stealing from a channel that I watch, which has a has something basically like that. But the alliteration sounds decent. Like, and then basically just going into stuff like just the chem, for instance, as an example. I have a few ideas for some of them, but stuff like the double tap of the chem, just explaining that in just a minute, giving some. Just showing it a few times, basically talking about it, or some of the other mechanics like the BTSU the supercharge of the BTSU from a red build, kind of things. And they'll be a little bit more edited just by their nature because they need to be short. So I'll narrate them basically. I'll get the footage together, put that together, and then narrate over it. So yeah, those are. All coming in the future, and I'll be back streaming again tomorrow evening, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. The schedule is actually, I've filled in the schedule as well, so for those interested, you can check the schedule list, and it should be in your local time zone, so that should help a little. And yeah, thank you all for joining me this evening, and thanks as well to some of those that do say that they've watched entire VODs and have reached these points. So they have my thanks as well, and I will hope to see you all tomorrow or in a future stream. So yeah, have a good night.